Toys live. It's Saturday night. Oh, we get, had the link up all day and oh, never mind. He backed out.
Oh,
We were about to have a fourth person on for tonight, but uh, guys just decided to put it out there as a open mic night from the start tonight. No, if you got something to unbox, please, by all means, unbox and have fun. But I'm not going to wrinkle any plastic tonight. I don't have anything to open this evening. Didn't get to go out today like I wanted to.
I have way too much to open, but all of my stuff is for bits and pieces and bobs and parts. So
I got a couple of things. I got the Skeletal Street Pack came in the other day. I haven't opened it up yet.
Ooh. Ooh.
You see that face? You see that face he just made? It was like, I'm jealous and sad at the same time.
I am so jealous and sad at the same time. I'm gonna need you to unbox that tonight, and I want to see, does the jaw actually articulate? I've still been seeing people post pictures, but they haven't shown whether it moved.
I'll check it out right now. I'm actually not sure.
All right. Well, while you guys are doing that, I'm going to go ahead and get our fourth person who showed up for the open mic night tonight. He's also a regular on this channel. The wonderful My Buddies Customs is here joining us with his sweet Battle Panther.
Hey, bud.
Yo, what's up?
I'm digging the little title you've got there, Frenzy Lord of the Introverse.
First of all, I gotta say, hi, Bobby.
What to him? I saw him. All right, so let's go down here and run through the chat. Pulling double duty. Pains is not only on screen, he was first in chat tonight. And then highly articulated saying, is open mic night different than any other night? Not entirely. Just means I didn't have anything to unbox tonight. On Ryu has said, I'm surprised someone beat me this early, 3:20 p.m. Central Time. Well, I'm glad to see you were here that early.
So the
Allison
jaw is articulated. Sorry.
No, that's
cool.
important news. Full screen that.
Very
I
nice.
love it. I
And
love it.
looks like it's a little more solid. It's not like sticking like
Yeah.
the 40th anniversary still.
Yeah, it's not falling open, and it's
That's nice.
Yeah, it's good.
Dang
Oh
it.
man, that is
I
gorgeous.
didn't want to have to get that, but now I'm gonna have to get that.
It has Screech. I have to get it.
The only thing I like the colors on it. Kind of hard to tell with my dim setup, but I wish they would have done this head with a normal one so I could switch it to the other bodies, because this is the first one that actually looks pretty vintage.
Is the cowl, is it red as well? I can't tell.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So you'd have to paint it if you wanted to put it on the regular.
What I think I'm actually going to do is that head and feet on the Dragon Blaster, because I think it'll match up to the Dragon Blaster's armor.
It might, yeah.
Pretty well.
That would be nice. Absolutely. All right. So, Allison Troy, good to have you here. Thank you for stopping on. Links in the description if you want to go live and join us for a bit. I suppose it's different because there isn't the pretense of having to have stuff to unbox. See? Allison gets it. And Pop Actor claiming first.
Pop Actor was not first. Nick.
He was definitely not first. You were on it like pretty much almost as soon as I posted this morning.
Yeah, I did. I saw it and I was like, oh, I can be first.
Well, Pop Actor, glad you're here, even if you weren't first. You're always number one in the heart. Well, yeah, I can't even say that, really. You're not. I got a son. Thanos Copter's jumping in saying 6th. And you know what? Yes, you did do it. All right, we got the talking going on amongst everybody. Star is here saying, hey guys, hey Thanos, absolutely good to have you here. And Henri, you are literally the reason that I decided to go live when I did, because I was going to have us wait a few minutes as the joke normally runs, that the show doesn't start until like 30 minutes after I say it's going to start. And you said it's time, and I was like, okay, well, it's 2 minutes late. That's good enough. And we have the beautiful Dawn Roberts in the house saying hi, Ozzy Bear. Oh, I love Screech. Oh, it's so satisfying. I may have to go grab my extra Tila and Zor pack to open up just because. All right. And Sister Carol in the house saying, hey guys, glad to have you here. Now you give us the hey Bobby.
Hey, Bobby.
Hey, Bobby.
Bobby, good to have you here. If you want to jump on, of course, I know that you may not want to because Bud's on, but yeah, no.
I'll behave.
I don't
You
think
guys
you
see
know how
Allison's
to.
coloring of that picture? I must have watched that like 5 or 6 times.
Oh my gosh, fantastic. I definitely
Yes.
watched it several times. Very happy to see it. It was perfect.
Be right back.
We get some Toy Frenzy merch. We're going to be selling prints of that picture. Bobby's going to kill me now for saying that.
The only thing I want is a sticker or printed sheet of it.
Well, we'd have to cut, the split there because Allison's done the coloring and then you did the pencils. You guys are going to be the next team of artists for Mattel. You do the lines, Allison does the colors.
Yeah.
Oh, it grips really well on his arm
Top
too.
right on there.
Very nice. Oh wow. It's great.
Yeah, he's pretty cool.
So, figuratively speaking, has joined us this evening. John, good to have you here, brother. Thank you for joining us. If you're able and you feel like jumping on, it's all good. Well. You say it, and then they shall appear. Boom.
Hey, John.
John has joined us this evening. What is up, my brother?
What's going on? Hello.
Much. I'm still making my way through the chat, but it's great to have you here. Good to have you joining us, John. I don't know if you saw, but Thanos just showed us the goods, man. That Skeletor is an articulated jaw. I can see it right now. People are going to be buying like 30 of those just so they can do the different heads, put it on the different figures, and have articulated jaw Skeletor.
Oh.
So I also got this, which is just kind of a red starry background, but it matches the He Skeletor. So I'm going to build a bunch of those platforms.
Where did you get that?
It was on Amazon.
That is nice.
That's cool.
It's going to go behind my Eternia, and then I'm just going to put a bunch of little like platforms coming out of it.
Yeah, I'm thinking about making a backing for my bookshelf here because my elbow accidentally bumped it, and my clam champ fell backwards and almost fell all the way to the floor. And if it would have, I'd have to pull out the entire shelf. So I'm thinking about making a really long, like a cardboard backing I can attach to the back, so I don't have fear of that happening. Because I would have to take down every single figure. Because if I try to move this, they'll all just tip over.
Yeah, my clamp champ fell yesterday, actually. Forward, though, not backwards.
Yeah, a couple of mine have fallen. I've got to get that reset up.
It's the heat shift, man. It's been like in the 90s here this week. So.
Wisconsin weather's always crazy. One day it's like 30, the next day it's like 70, then it's back down to 20, then it's up to 80. So yeah, we definitely feel it here.
Yeah, it's pretty similar like that here in Baltimore too. One day you're just freezing, the next day, like you want to run outside with your swim trunks.
Oh my goodness, you're so heavy.
I was gonna say, well, let's give the shout out to Cobweb because as I've had him up here for quite a while. Good to have you join us, Cobweb here. But every time your dog shows up, he steals the show. Right?
Yeah, he's kind of special. He's awfully nerdy. He's a big old baby. Yes, you are. You're a big old baby. Whoa, what was that? Did you hear
Bobby wants us to get Bud off, but I mean, we need content.
I mean,
that could be taken in a whole different way.
Just have to buy me buy me a dinner and maybe a toy, and I'm good to go.
Take you out to dinner and buy you a toy now. Is that how that
Yep.
works? Is that how
You're welcome,
Yep.
Pop Actor.
Yeah, no, this is my Papa's Swap custom. I'm going to be doing this head in red. So,
Okay, hold on.
this
Let me
head,
pull him up.
I got to paint the hair. A nice red head so he can be my barbecue unmasked. I don't know what I'm going to do with this head. Probably going to go in my pile of junk.
Everybody always enjoys a little extra head. Hey, Star, look, if you got nothing to unbox, that's absolutely cool. You're welcome to join in and jump in on this. It's fun. We're just hanging out. That's all tonight is. We're doing a big
It's not
hangout.
about always
What do you think of this for a purple mix to like dry brush over Panther?
Put that full screen. Yeah,
Yep.
maybe. I would try it on on the underneath, so that way if it's
Yeah,
too bright, you don't have to.
because after when I was painting this, it wasn't this dark until it actually dried.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the paint dries darker every time anyway, so.
Yeah, I'll try it. I'll try on this taint.
Try it on the taint. Everybody's taint gets a little discolored, right?
No.
Oh, and I did give myself one thing this week.
Oh, nice. I like that guy.
Oh,
I had
look
to.
at that.
Oh, nice.
So,
Very, very nice.
you know, I can get the ones that I can get for retail, so I'll get those that, not pre-order retail, but retail. So,
Right?
If I can find them, I'll get them. If I can't, I'll just do without them. Because Dallas Vintage Toys has the She-Ra homage figure. It's like $80. I'm like, I'm not paying.
Yeah, but you kind of almost want to as well, though, at the same time, right?
Well, big bad when they finally get them into retail, they kind of jump in price. I've seen them go as high as like 74 for like a single figure. So I mean,
It depends on
it's not that bad of a price.
The $75 ones also tend to be the bigger scale
Yeah,
ones.
they tend to be the
These were like normal sized ones.
ogre. Yeah, is it ogre or is it orc?
Ogre.
It's ogre.
It's
Yeah,
ogre because then you got the troll, which is the massive
Okay.
ogre, and then like the brute.
So, yeah.
All right.
And Blue Marvel here that I got from Hella Dope is just going to be for the vest, which I will be cutting off and cutting down with my X-Acto to make it a shorter vest for my Naga hide custom.
Very cool. I can't wait to see that.
With a metal brush to give it like a fur texture.
Very cool. Very cool. What is going on, Duchess? Glad to have you joining us this evening as well. Always a pleasure to see you. Oh, Thanos. Pop Actors want
I
to know.
told him
Oh,
it was Entertainment Earth.
yeah, I see it a little further down here. Entertainment Earth already got those in?
Yeah, I usually don't do Entertainment Earth. I usually go through Big Bad, but Entertainment Earth had all the new stuff up before Big Bad, and with how crazy the last few waves were actually to get, I was like, as soon as I could, I ordered all that stuff, and that was the first thing that came in.
Right? So, Allison Troy wants to know if Bobby had the time of his life. Bobby, we want to know. And SJ in the house, what's going on, brother? Good to see you here.
Did you see Allison's coloring of the?
That's right. You went away. We were talking about that. Absolutely. Yes. It's great.
It was awesome.
I might have to pull up her account and just play that briefly. Oh, I don't know. That if that song's copyrighted, they might pull the stream.
Oh, that song's definitely copyrighted.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would imagine it.
Yeah. Well, go over to Allison Troy's IG account, folks. Allison, if you want, drop your link in the chat for everybody to go see that coloring of the picture because it was amazing. Bobby is like right now sharpening So, speaking of Helidope toys, Ted Darklaw has joined the chat as well. Good to have you here, brother. Let me know if you want to join in. Oh, Star mentioning everything's still in boxes from a couple of years ago. I'm one of those guys that keeps everything packaged. Every 3-0 Transformer since Bumblebee movie is still in the shipping box. Nice. And of course, looking forward
It's
to
okay,
opening.
sir. I'm both. I'm inbox and rip it out.
You're making progress, but you gave us that wonderful tour of your toy room last night on Toypherapy. If you guys missed out on that, please go check out Aaron's channel, Payne's Toy Samples. It was a
I
fun live
must have
stream.
missed that part.
Oh yeah, he gave us the
Yeah,
entire toy room tour.
Yeah, it
Ooh.
was fantastic.
I'm gonna have to go and look at that then.
You even got to see the closet where all the storage is and the overflow is that I can't really put anywhere else. And then you got to see my custom area with literally a stack of figures at least 3.5 feet tall.
Absolutely.
I think I came in like 20 minutes late.
So it's kind of my customs section is ridiculous. It's really
It was great, though.
absurd right now.
It was really cool though, seeing the area, seeing the space, and getting to know your collection a little bit more. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah. I got a little bit of everything. That's kind of I'm really eclectic when I collect. It's really strange. I
That's
have
okay though.
some primaries. I've got those primaries. Masters and those are the primaries, and then the others are just kind of whatever
Fits.
piques my interest.
Right.
My X-Men collection is just kind of it's rehashing my '90s X-Men collection.
Yeah.
And that's what I like about it. It'll get there eventually where I'll be not needing anything.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's one of the fun things about it. Like, you collect really what makes you happy, and that's the best way to do it. Like, you're not buying stuff that's not going to bring you some sense of joy or appreciation when you look at it.
Well, the custom spot is not bringing me joy because it makes me stressed because I look at it and I go, I have 20 of those to work on.
Right.
But when I'm working on them, it's fine. It's just looking at them prior to working on them.
Exactly. Yeah. You know where the project's going to go, though, and you're excited about that.
Yeah.
So, and our boy Danny
I kind
Phillips.
Of have an idea. I've got 3 active customs right now. I'm finishing up recustomizing my first custom figure that I bought from a customizer. And I just didn't like some of the stuff and choices that he made, so I'm kind of going back and fixing. But I paid $80 for him, so it wasn't like it was a cheap custom.
Normally isn't. That's when it comes to that, you're willing to pay a bit more of a premium price because
if I could afford Stronach's customs, I would. But his stuff goes into $300 and $400 in 3 days on eBay. I'm just like, I can't do it.
Look, I don't even look at those prices when we're looking at like hot toys and stuff when it's like $200 and such. I'm just like,
it was like last night I was talking about the HasLab Sentinel. I'm not paying $500 for that. I'm not paying $800. I found one today. It was $899. It was 6% off. I was like, "Ooh, that's a bargain."
For somebody who wants a non-knee working Sentinel, what?
Yeah,
I don't know. If you're willing to pay it, it's worth it. I think it's a rad toy.
It's a rad toy, but it's not $1,000 toy.
It's up to you what you feel is worth it. Like, honestly, if you've got the money and you feel it's worth it, you're going to pay for it. That's just how it is.
Right. If I was collecting when those were offered, I would have gotten it for the retail price.
Exactly.
I wasn't collecting, so I didn't know it existed. So I came to collecting, and it's like, oh, that's cool. But then again, here comes the other problem. Where am I going to put it? That's the biggest issue with those large, massive figures. Where am I going to put it? It's worse than a vehicle. It's like 2 or 3 times the size of a vehicle in some instances.
At least the vehicle, if you clear some space for the vehicle, most of the time the figures can go in the vehicle. Like if you clear that part of your shelf or whatever, you can fit them in and around the vehicle. Kind of like
Well, I
the
mean, you
same
can
thing
have
with
them
certain
climbing
places.
on the Sentinel or
Yeah,
being
Yeah,
that's true.
you
held.
can. But realistically, it's going to take up how much space in a shelving unit. You're going to lose. You're going to lose at least one shelf.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So that's the issue. That one shelf is 12 to 14 figures displayed, and now I have to go find another box to put them in. So it's a trade-off. So they look great, but it's. I have to figure out where the hell I'm going to put his tank and a Robo Skull in short term, next 3 or 4 months.
Yep. Well, you got
Build
3 and
another
4
truck.
months. So that's future Aaron's problem, as you have
Yeah,
3 to
it's
4
future
months to
Aaron's
look
problem.
at it.
Well, my Batmobile is current Aaron problem, and he's sitting
Right.
literally on a ladder in my playroom.
At least if you had gotten the bat wing, you can kind of mount it to the
No,
wall.
yeah, exactly. Well, then again, we run into the problem of what wall.
Yeah.
That playroom.
Yeah, as I've seen your space now, I get that.
So yeah, that's the trick. And I don't want the toys to go to every room. They're already in my master bedroom and in the toy room. So
Right.
I got to draw the line somewhere.
Yeah, I think when Snake Mountain comes out and then Eternia comes out, my vintage play sets will move into this room that I'm in now from the other room. I'm a little worried about that, but I'll figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, you still got plenty of time for Eternia, a little less time for Snake Mountain.
Yeah.
But
when I saw Eternia and how big it was, I was like, yeah, no, can't do it. Too much space.
Didn't matter to me. I'd keep it in box until I had the space because that thing was one of my grails as a kid. Like,
Yeah.
need that. Only playset that between my sister and I, we had all the playsets for Masters of the Universe and She-Ra. It's the only one we didn't have. We had Crystal Palace, we had Snake Mountain, Fright Zone, everything. That one we never had. And it's like, here's my second chance. And as I was explaining to you guys right before this, it's like it just wasn't going to happen. Other responsibilities and everything else first, and
Adulting
wasn't in the
is
cards.
sometimes difficult.
Yeah, yeah. But I'm glad that so many people who didn't have it before now will have it. And, that's a great
That's
thing
the cool
too.
thing about this is that we're getting a lot of that nostalgia. That would be the best way to describe them. But for some people, their lifetime, they've been looking for that Grail One Piece that eluded them forever, and it'll be a little more sturdy and stable than the vintage one because those rails on the vintage one make me twitchy because that would kill me if the stuff broke.
Unless you have Ryan Dole's Eternia, because his is the strongest ever made.
Yeah.
His is the Schrodinger rails right at the point. Like, they're boxed up. He has no idea the condition of those things.
He's rubbing them with plastic oil to keep them supple.
That's what he was saying on Toy Frenzy. He's so paranoid about it now, like that if he were to go find it and take it out, that they would just crumble.
Yeah,
my rails broke when I was a kid, and I was pretty careful with those rails because I only put the rails on if it was set up and it was just me playing with it. Like, I would take the Eternia outside into the front yard, and like the neighbor kids would come play, but I would never put the rails up when other kids were playing.
Right. Well, especially with that thing, because I know for a fact those rails would have broken on mine. They just would have. I mean, so many of those key points that broke on everybody's broke on mine as a kid. Not Eternia necessarily, but those things that you always find broken on, like the Fright Zone, the tree. Like the branches would break or something like that. That's always happened. The clips would break off the play sets.
Yeah, my flag. On the flag, they have these little retainer clips for the plates.
Yeah.
Those are the only thing that ever broke on mine. Everything else I had to complete, until my ex-wife.
Right.
Sold.
Yeah,
So
it was like a stress point.
Taken care of. But those clips, they didn't like being disassembled and reassembled every couple of years. It wasn't a good thing.
Yeah.
It's intended to be put together and left alone.
It was the same thing with the hinges and clips for Grayskull, Snake Mountain, Fright Zone. All of them. They just didn't last. They broke. Let me get through here and finish saying hello to everybody in the chat because I'm still dragging on with this. We got Danny Phillips joining us. Always a pleasure to have you here, Danny, especially because, again, I always know how late it is where you are, or early, rather. I don't know if you're just staying up this late to watch us or if you're waking up extra early to watch us, but it's always a pleasure to have you in the chat, brother. Thank you for joining us. Skyfall is here as well. Always awesome. And he's got a joke for open mic night here. He says, "What did one butt cheek say to the other? Together we can stop. If we can stop this crap." It's true.
Can I interject one time to tell a joke that no one ever gets, and it's my favorite joke in the world?
Please do.
Okay. A man walks into a bar. Alcoholism is destroying his family.
You know, being a
That's the
recovering
joke.
alcoholic, I get that.
I don't know why. It's always my favorite joke. It's got the classic joke structure, the misdirection. I love it, but no, like people just stare at me like,
Did he just say that? Nice. So we have a question here for the panel. Do you guys ever run out of space? What would you do in that case? You got to
I stole a
revise
bunch
the
of stuff.
collection.
Stuff gets boxed
Yeah.
up. That's pretty much where it goes. It gets boxed up and put somewhere where I don't have to look at it because it'll kill me if I have to look at it.
Because you know it's boxed up and not displayed where you want it.
Exactly.
But that's because something else kind of moved it on.
Took over.
Yeah,
we have street sales around here like once a month. For a while, I was just going to those and selling off a bunch of my old stuff because I had collected toys for a long time, and then I stopped, and I had a lot of it boxed up, so I just like pulled it out, cleaned it up, and sold it. But even some of the newer stuff, like I end up getting something, I'm like, that's kind of cool, and then I'm like, eh. So, but
yeah,
not masters. Keep all the master stuff.
right. Because there's certain things that you just hang on to no matter what. Like this is non-negotiable. This is being kept. So, Pop Actor's mentioning he is getting the vintage Snake Mountain mic, and he will add it to my third Snake Mountain wall. Okay, so he's doing the whole Hebrew thing where he's adding an additional wall to Snake Mountain.
It's actually a really good idea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially if you pick up one of the vintage ones.
There's that little rock kind of place that they can get off of like Amazon.
Yep, Thanos got
I
it.
believe Thanos has one. I'm thinking about grabbing one of those, painting it purple and blue, adding some like spires to it, and using that as my third.
Yeah. They've got like 3 different colors. You get like tan, dark brown, and gray.
Yeah.
They've also got from the same manufacturer, like for you guys that are into G.I. Joe, and I think it's 3.75 scale. They've actually got like a battle station kind of thing that reminds me.
It kind of makes me think of what was it, the Terradome or something?
Well, it's like one wall of the Terradome almost.
Yeah.
Or like that Battle Fortress. So.
Well, if I was still doing 3.75.
Right?
Might be worth it.
Yeah, a lot of people have moved into doing, the 6-inch scale now because, again, there's that universal scale across most lines.
Well, that and they also just stopped doing the other figures randomly.
Yeah, they kind of did abruptly because my buddy Ziggy was
you can
buying
still
it.
Get that style of figure. You just have to get it from a different company. Fresh Monkey Fish does fantastic 4-inch modern.
Oh, yeah.
Marauders Gun Runners, they also do great. They have some good bucks that you can use to make custom ones. So it's not like the things are gone. It's just they're not G.I. Joe.
Well, I mean, Hasbro isn't doing them.
Well, they are. They're just, it's sporadic. Like last year, we got the Stinger with the Stinger driver, but they're not modern. They're 3 3/4 O-ring. So it's one of those that it's hit and miss. And I think they'll do some more vehicles, but because that one sold out really within the first hour.
Well, look at the price of it too. Like the price for the Stinger was nice.
Yeah,
you never see anything that value, especially from Hasbro.
Yeah, My Stinger is currently in a box in my closet in the bottom, where all of my other modern GI Joe vehicles are currently.
So Danny's letting you know, Bud, that he is doing the same thing with Unflocked Panthers, doing one as Battle Panther and the other as Catra's Masterverse cat form.
Ooh,
Ooh,
Very cool.
that's actually a good idea.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I really wouldn't mind trying to grab a couple of extra battle cats for different customs, and Claude, even just making a Claudine, wouldn't be bad.
I ended up.
I did grab an extra 2 of them when they were down to like $6.
Yeah, I grabbed one last
Oh.
week. One.
Here's what I got so far for the dry brushing.
It's not. See, there you go. That's all right.
It's getting there.
Yeah,
It's a lot brighter.
Yeah,
You can actually see the like stripes better.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Dawn telling everybody, hit that like button. I appreciate it, hon. Thank you so much.
I wish I had picked up a couple of those extra cats when they were cheap around here.
I think right now they're on like $11 now instead of $6.
Yeah, I think they're like. I think the one that I bought was
Which is still a good price.
Yeah, I bought one for $13 just last week.
Yeah.
That I'm gonna.
They dropped as low as like $6.40, and I was like, "Ooh, I'll grab 2."
Yeah, I got mine was $8.73, the first one that I bought.
Yeah, they were that high, and that's when I was going to grab. But then when I went back and checked, it was down to 8, and I was like, or 6, and I was like, yes, because I want to do a anti-Eternia battle cat and a duplicate.
Well, that's what I got, that extra Masterverse battle cat. It's going to be for the anti-Eternia He-Man that I've got brewing at some point.
Oh.
But it's going to be the Revelations, but not the 40th anniversary one.
Right.
So it'll fit in more with the Revelations.
Nice. So, Bud, my sis is asking, her kid's asking if you can name all of the He-Mans on your desk.
Skeletor, Wondar, He-Man, Eternia He-Man, Prince Adam, Faker, and Snake Armor He-Man. And then I have one more over on the shelf, my Flying Fist He-Man.
Nice. Absolutely. I'm all about
I'm only
that.
missing 2 of them.
Which 2 are you missing?
2000X and Thunder Punch.
All right.
Hey, buddy.
Hold on.
Right here, I got my... wait, what is that? The Extreme sets? Which one is that?
It's the bar, like the little restaurant with the bar in it. It was on sale the other day, so I was like, why not?
And especially when Extreme Sets goes on sale, too.
The little swamp one, the swamp house, I guess. I don't know what they call it. That's the one that I want to get next.
Yeah, I want to get the wrestling one, too, at some point.
Yeah. I mean, those are really great for the photography.
With yeah.
Oh, nice.
Well, it'll be great for my shelf too, just my display shelf.
Right.
All I really want it for is it'll be part of the backdrop in my custom dio for that shelf. You kind of saw the little thing with the leaves on it last night. That's that shelf's the beginning of it. It's not close to where I like it or where I want it, but it's getting there.
Right. So Ted has chimed in here about the running out of space, the space danger. When you run out of space, you throw it in the closet until you can convince your significant other that you've outgrown your current home. Works every time. So yes, you just keep upgrading your space, getting larger.
My closet, one of my closets is like packed full of foam. Like I just have like a ton of foam. I don't throw any of it out. I need to actually get to using it. Oh, nice, John.
Go Circus. Man, I haven't seen one of those in ages, brother. Wow.
I have a collection of the 4 with the drums and their things, but the ones that I got in this is the collection. Oh, that is beautiful, Thanos.
Right?
But this collection.
Yes.
And stuff, yeah.
Oh man, love the early McFarlane, very statuesque. Quite a few of those were sculpted by the Four Horsemen, who we all love so much. Oh
Yes.
man. Pop Actor says you clear your wife's walk-in closet out and earn yourself some space for your Motu toys. That's exactly it. You just
That won't end badly at all.
take all of her clothes and whatever else she has in there and chuck them out.
And, that'll end well.
Of course.
Didn't Pop Actor say he was single?
He definitely did.
Yeah.
Could be the reason.
And now we know why.
Well, he also mentions that Hebro copied off of him. We'll have to see if Hebro can join us one evening on Nostradamus Toys Live, because I love watching some of his stuff. I don't always catch the lives because he's kind of random with them, but I do go back and watch a lot of his stuff. It's great. Star says he wishes he could put them in the closet, but the closets are already full. Oof.
Then you have spillover to problem. See, you can see my floors. They had toys on them.
Yeah, Allison Troy is mentioning that in the original Golden Books, Catra had a white cat she rode that was basically White Panther. And she had they did the toy, which was flocked. Again, it was pink flocking with a mane for Claudine. Think of it, OCD, I buy a fig and think, what if something's wrong with it? I buy another. Something wrong with that one? Buy another. Something wrong with that one? Buy another.
You just needs to open them.
That's a bad loop to get stuck in.
And you can put them back in. They just don't have that little flap of tape. Just be careful and gentle and love them. Take them out and check them in and put them back in the plastic if you need to.
Yep.
Unless it's a blister, and then I can't help you there.
So Danny was doing some wheeling and dealing. He got the $4.99. He got his Battle Cats for $4.99.
Nice.
2 Flock Panthers swapped for an Adam and Sky sled and open Manny faces. It's not a bad deal. John, hold on a sec. What did you have up there? Hold that up again so I can give you a full screen again. You look like you're holding up the whole Mattel Creations collection here. Oh, he's got the Sunman. Ooh.
Sunman looks like one. Is that He Skeletor?
It's He Skeletor and Frogmonger. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Looking good indeed. Sunman's one of the Mattel Creations that I don't have. I did get the regular release of them though. Happy with it. Glad I have it. But that tri fold out card back with the removable plastic sleeve on that one. So nice. I love that for ammo con.
Well, I'll be painting the armor on mine in that nice metallic red.
This one is actually the Space Sumo.
Oh, it was Space Sumo. I just saw the Sunman across the top and just assumed. That's my part. I've made an ass out of myself,
No. I do have the Sunman one as well. But he's back in the back room.
See, look at that. John's got my back anyway. He's like, no, you were right. I totally got that too. See? Appreciate you, John.
What were the dragons you were holding up, John, a little while ago?
Oh, okay. So, I just started collecting the Jada Dungeons and Dragons lines.
Okay.
So, with that, in 2 separate sets, I now have 2 dragons.
That's cool.
Absolutely beautiful. A beholder.
Oh, that's
nice.
Cool. A zombified orc.
Very cool.
Nice.
And a bunch of miniature. I don't remember what this one is, but it's really cool. Cleric. I got a Drow elf. Cleric, Drow Elf. Two warriors. And the dwarf.
Those PVC or die cast?
These are all die cast.
I can hear that thunk when he puts them down.
Yes. I got the Slayer. And then this is a dragon humanoid character. I forget what they call this one.
They are Dragonborn. Or not
Yes,
Dragonborn, or are they Dragonborn? Dragonkin?
I think it's Dragonkin if they are.
Yeah, Dragonkin.
Dragonborn cleric, yes.
There we go.
For a second, I was like, wait, Skyrim? No.
All right. So, are there any series that you guys automatically buy everything of when they come out? I assume Mojo is number one. Look, there's no series I buy everything of because I don't have the resources.
You could go broke with that philosophy, but yeah, for me, it's Joe. It's classified, but that may change in the future because there may come figures that I don't want because I really don't need a 12th version of Snake Eyes. I mean, we're at 9 versions in 3 years,
right?
9.
Snake Eyes is the Wolverine of G.I. Joe.
It's worse than Wolverine. We had 312 Wolverines in the toy biz.
Yeah.
So
I always think that for He-Man, and then I see a He-Man, I'm like, I want it. Like even if I have like a million He-Mans, like I still want this.
I mean,
it's
look
just
at
a
this.
repaint. I didn't need it, and then I was like, you know what? I'm not even going to deny it anymore. Yes, I'm buying all the He-Man variants.
There's 2 or 3
Thunder Punch. Thunder Punch is not like my favorite one, but now that it's out, it's like I kind of want them now.
Yeah. There's very little.
I got the others.
Snake Eyes. So for me, it's just like I'm buying the same figure, just with a little bit different configuration.
Look,
I just can't do it.
If you ever want to get rid of some timbers, if you got some extra timbers sitting around that you don't need, I like timbers, but I don't like Snake Eyes enough to buy 20. Snake Eyes is cool. I don't collect G.I.
I could have bought the Snake Eyes Timber 2-pack for $20 when they had like 5 or 6 of them at Target.
I keep waiting to find like a clearance deal on.
They were clearancing out over here, so they'll be clearancing out in that area. Got to be.
Well, let me know if you come across any clearances on your way, and
yeah, I will.
As far as I'm concerned, like let me know if anybody finds a clearance on Crocmaster. I need him. Like I want
only
Fiona.
Either of those guys at $40. Like,
yeah,
cheaper than that around here.
Yeah, I got my second one at like 24, and that was. Actually, no, that was my third one, not my second one. I'm sorry. Let me get that.
You know what?
I have one. I have one mitten box, which is, in an acetate cover. My Joes are the only ones that I do that with, so I have one in box and one out. But then I found one for like $24 for clearance. So I got it for the alligator. That was when I showed that picture, and I had the 2 Fionas with Crocmaster. That was when I got the clearance one. Now I do have
for the accessories
figure. If you want the Crocmaster figure,
no, I don't care about the actual figure. I mean, he's cool, but I want another. I don't even have one. I need Fiona and her babies.
The babies.
And I wouldn't mind the extra accessories too, because it'd be great to do that for Beastman.
Yeah. I wish they would just make a bunch of like well sculpted, articulated animals and make a line doing that. Like why are we not?
Well, Schleich puts out like amazing freaking animals, but they're barely articulated.
Yeah,
but their scale's also not like. Yeah. Because I look at them sometimes. I want to find a good cow to do Gwildor and the cow with the bow, but I have not run across one that looks good yet. At least like scale wise.
Yeah. Well, that's why I got that McFarlane Warthog for my Naugahyde custom, because I want something that's not out of scale, but I also want something that's going to look cool. So get a little cyber. I mean, that would be something that would be enough difference if they did something like that. I would be happy with it. Sometimes you got to have a little bit difference than what you have in the bed. Give me a little bit different. Give me
So
something.
Danny has a suggestion, Bud, that if you mix some purple mica powder and mix it with the purple paint, you can make the armor iridescent. But you already have some iridescent paint, though, don't you?
Yep.
Yeah, it already has it mixed.
Oh, we've got Black Phoenix jumping in a little late here. He was.
Nolan was here too. I saw him somewhere.
Oh wait, yeah, he's right down here. Nolan, good to have you here, brother. Now it feels
It's
like
not a show till Nolan shows up. You know how that
it's
works.
it's true. You know, he may never go live with us, but he keeps it lively in the chat. And Allison mentioned she needs to. We're gonna have Allison Troy. She's gonna finish making dinner, and then she's gonna jump on to start unboxing some stuff. Excellent. Now it's really turned into a crazy party.
Oh,
I have a question for you. Does anybody have a problem collecting Pez heads?
I do not. I don't make a habit of it. I do enjoy some. John, I'll have to send you some pictures. We have a diner here called Paper Moon Diner. Oh, hold on. Let me get it back up there again. We have the Paper Moon Diner here, and they have their lobby as you walk in. Glass cabinets full of Pez dispensers all along the walls.
Nice.
They also have toys all over the walls, hanging from the ceiling, all over the place. I actually had some pictures a while back. I'll have to post it. Hey, what's going on, Josh? Glad you could jump in, brother. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining us this evening. Honor, you saying got to do collecting on a budget. $30 for one, just can't swing it. I get it. Like, that's what holds me back so frequently. And, oh, John, I think this is from when you had your dragons up there. Black Phoenix says, imagine dragons? They could be radioactive. I don't know.
I got that.
Is there a holy grail figure in Motu that every collector wants but is not likely to find? That one is really, really tough to say because...
It's a loaded question because everybody...
Yeah, it tends to be different. There are certain ones that are more sought after than others, such as Wondar that Bud has. But that was more when it was the mystery of Wondar that really made it in demand.
Yeah,
I think, especially now that...
I think most people would probably say Laser Light, Skeletor, and He-Man.
Yes.
But for me, honestly, that'd be a pass. I just...
Yeah,
they're okay, but...
Some of those later...
I wouldn't want them.
You know, they were kind of mailing it in at that point. And it's not a surprise.
I would say the Giants, too, just because they're so freaking rare. I don't even think they look good. Like, the classic ones actually look good. The vintage ones are kind of meh. But if I had one, I'd be like, oh, my God, I have one of these.
Yeah, well, especially with the rooted hair, you know... I gotta say, they looked more like Barbies than He-Man toys.
Yeah, they have that weird kind of. It's one of those figures that you just kind of look at. It's kind of like the Meteorbs. I mean, I had a couple of those as a kid, and I was just like, "Yeah, this is not what I wanted."
I'll be honest. When it came down to the collection, I had a lot, but I didn't have a lot of the spin-off stuff like that. That was like different. Never got like the was it the scuba gear thing or the... I think I did have the stilts, but like, I mean, my dad got me the accessory pack because I'd lost the sword and shield.
Yeah,
so
those weird accessory packs. That was... I think that was kind of... It was kind of them trying to kind of emulate what they were seeing in the other brands. Definitely, because G.I. Joe had those too, and they were awful.
It made more sense with G.I. Joe because you have different kit loadouts.
They were still terrible. I mean, they broke. They were fragile. They were not. The engineering was not great.
I would love to find like a cliff climber set for He-Man that was like, reasonably priced. But
My thing with that is, I wish they had given us a Man-at-Arms lab play set or workshop where you could put that stuff. Like, hey, I've invented this new gear, but I guess not everybody got that about him as a kid, what he really did. I know that wasn't a concept. I didn't pick up on until I was older. So big shout out to Ray Black as well. Good to have you here. Thank you, Ray. I like the fact that we're this far in and I'm still shouting out the chat and we're almost an hour in. That's because people are filing in slow this evening. That's okay. And Eldor himself joining us this evening, saying evening there, chaps. Sorry, a wee bit late. Totally good, brother. Understood. There's other lives too on Saturday nights. If y'all reviewing that and then they're popping in now, totally get it. Oh, and here we go. Laser Power He-Man and Laser Light Skeletor. So Black Phoenix jumping in, mentioning those two specifically. And okay, so yeah, Star, if you're wondering about those two, let me see. It may already be answered here, and then that'll save me some time. Oh, Ray Black's mentioning, hey Thanos, nice to see a face with the name finally. So, no, I don't see that he dropped it in the chat, and I don't know that anybody else answered it. So the Laser Power He-Man and Laser Light Skeletor came out at the very end of Masters of the Universe, like right as they were canceling the line. Only had like European release along with the Giants. They weren't released here. There was a lot that we didn't get towards the end. So,
well, that's typical of all lines when they're coming to the end. They're just trying to get that last little bit out. I mean, if you looked at their numbers at that last year, I mean, it went from millions to nothing.
Right. They were making way more than kids were buying. That's for sure.
And it was that drop off was ridiculous.
Yeah.
I was just like,
yeah, it happened really quick too, because like they were booming, and then it was like, done.
Weird. It may have just been that they just tried to do too many different gimmicks, and just nobody was buying it. But it could also have been that
Well, also the show dropping off didn't help.
Well, it never does, and that's the thing is. When we were kids, they had to have that secondary media source. Otherwise, it wasn't going to sell a toy. The toy wouldn't sell itself, unfortunately.
Well, they had said too, part of it was the character roster. Like, we're getting all these characters. People are like, I don't know who the hell this is. Where the hell's He-Man and Skeletor? Yeah.
And the He-Man and Skeletors they were getting weren't the original ones.
No.
Yeah. I think it's actually something we could learn from nowadays. Like, more re-releases of like waves. Like we've got Wave 2 came out again. Another one's supposed to be coming out.
Wave 3, Toy Habits was covering that there is the potential. They haven't fully confirmed, which is fine, but they have found evidence of them re-releasing Wave 3, which I need 2.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah.
I need one, but I'd like a couple extra.
John, what are you going to make me drool over now? I see some of my cards there. Oh, see, look, he's rubbing it in mine and Bud's face because he's got the original.
How dare you?
Original Rey Mysterio when we were tomfooleried with ours.
Uh-huh.
And then he's got the New Day.
There's a difference between those? Because I just got one from one of the kids' warehouse thing.
You got the later release Rey Mysterio. That particular Rey Mysterio.
It's just I thought it was interesting. I don't have any of those fakes, so it's kind of like, why not? It's $7. I'm not going to die from that.
So
I wanted the Land Shark, and I didn't want to pay shipping for $12 Land Shark of $8 or $9.
Yeah, I tore my figure apart for a custom, which is actually right here.
These two other things, so at least I feel like I'm not getting ripped off on shipping.
Right. The Rey Mysterio that John has comes with the red wings and the blue backpack. So the variant color of Stratos.
And those red wings and the backpack are from Classics, and it's the only way to get those Classics wings and
Right.
vest in the Origin line.
Right. They're the bigger
Which
ones.
Sucks.
And
because I prefer my Stratos to have red wings and a blue vest.
Right. So, yeah, unfortunately, that is a really hard sought after figure. And when Bud brought up that he was looking for it, I went ahead and I did a search and I found it. And me and Bud were both excited. I was like, cool. Because Kids Warehouse, great site. You can get a lot of cool stuff off there for like $5 or less.
Yeah.
So me and Bud went and we ordered them. And then when when it showed up, I told Bud, I was like, dude, it's the newer one. And then like a week later, they changed the picture to the newer one.
Yeah.
I actually messaged them. They ghosted me, deleted my review that I left, and then later they actually changed it. But I was like, really?
Wow.
But I mean, the price though, I'm still not going to complain because I got that figure for like $6. I just wish it was the other color or the one that was like advertised.
See,
but I don't know if the SKU number is different though.
All of those clearance and all of those deals, it's just like And I got the Landshark because I know it'll. They scaled all of the vehicles up, so they're kind of in that in between Masterverse and Origin scale. So I know that they can work for some of the Masterverse.
Show the jaw. Show the jaw.
That's so cool. Now I have to buy that, Thanos. Thank you so much for that.
Yep.
Put that in your Toypherapy.
Yeah, what I need. One more
Yeah, I didn't even really need it. I mean, I have the vintage Screech, and I have like a bunch of Skeletors, but I was like, I gotta get them. Like,
yeah,
I do like the coloring on them.
It was kind of like pre-ordering Snake Mountain. I debated and him and Hod over it, and I was like, all right, fine. Yeah. I will pre-order it, but I won't like pre-ordering.
Yeah,
I pre-ordered mine too.
Well, I did mine through BBTS because I knew it was going to hit the bank account, and it was going to be a future Oz problem.
Yeah,
and that's why, like this past week when Snake Mountain dropped, I'm like, I can't do it. I just can't do it. So sadly,
BBTS will give you a few days to figure out your stuff. So that's the good thing about that. At least they'll give you a notice, hey, this is getting ready to get charged. Prep yourself.
But I was just like, right now with still having stuff pre-order from the wave.
Oh yeah, that ridiculous drop where we got the entire year's worth of stuff, and now we have those lingering $400 pre-orders waiting for us.
Yeah, and I went in on those Berserk figures, the SH Figure Arts ones. I don't know if you saw them. They're expensive as fuck, but man,
no, they look great.
They are so good, and I love Berserk too.
Berserk is my all-time favorite story in any media. It's so good.
I was tempted, but then I was like,
you and I are going to have to sit down and talk about it then.
All right.
We're going to do a live show where we just talk Berserk.
Like, I'm not going to be able to show my... I have the brand on the back of my neck.
Nice.
Here's the armor pop after.
Okay, let's put it up there. I mean, it's the same as, just the same that we've expected from Zor.
I was never a big fan of the bird's armor, like even as a kid. Not my thing.
I like it now more, seeing it as just a complete thing, but it's not like my favorite thing. Oh look, Thanos, you got Aaron right now making purchases on the phone.
No.
They're pricey, but man.
I know. If anything figure arts, if you're wanting the upper end of the figure arts, you're looking at 100 plus.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's just straight up.
I'm probably going to cancel some other stuff that I had ordered for those.
Hold on, let me get you up here.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, so
what is that?
Brick. It is at V Toys. It is BMS Night of War 112.
Oh, okay.
I
have
just
seen
saw that the other day. I was clicking
I was
through.
like, oh. I just saw it. I saw it and I was just like, yeah, no. It was like 5 seconds of sheer terror of like, oh.
I hope
I really
Bud will
want
be
this, but no, I don't need it.
coming back here. He just dropped off suddenly there. But want to also give the shout out to A Punk with Toys. Thank you for being here this evening.
Stop Lawrence.
You might want to remind people that it's open mic.
It is open mic night tonight. I don't need to send a link. We've actually, it's in the description. You can just click it and join in anytime you are ready. So talking about the end of the line mini rigs, like the scuba set, the mountain climber and all like that, I agree. They would make great deluxe Origins figures, pack it in with whoever and just.
Well, I think you're saying like to re-release like pack it in with figuring it's kind of similar to the whatever that set was. So like the climbing one would be the difficult one because but that would be like a web store kind of thing.
Yeah.
I mean anything really.
Yeah, it's so good. Oh, is that Bud that I just heard coming back? Pop him back up here. Good to have you back, Bud. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, my headset was like acting weird.
Totally get it. So, yep, using a spare Triclops. I never got the original one. I only managed to snag the mini comic version, luckily. So, yeah, definitely could use that. And a New Day, because John was just showing off the New Day, is a perfect use of the gimmick. Oh, yeah. Now he's showing off his Masterverse Manny faces, not even just New Day.
Yeah, mine is in the closet. Literally and figuratively, I guess. I don't know.
Oh. Play on the character, play on the term, play on the name.
Do you guys think that's going to be Shatner in the new series? They already said he's not going to be Hordak.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Why not?
The question is, who's going to be Hordak, and what's that voice going to sound like? Because he was teasing that hard. I was like, oh, come on.
Yeah, I don't know.
But I mean, it doesn't look like it's going to be out this year. It may not be out until like mid next year. Is what it's sounding like.
Mike, good to have you here, brother, and thank you for searching for me, man. I appreciate it. I'll be able to grab one though. All right. So, is there currently an active Motu series running right now? Last I heard was the Motu show that Kevin Smith did that apparently didn't go over well with the fans. I'm telling you, it went over a lot better than a lot of people thought it did. Like that first initial season, maybe not, but the second part of it.
I like the fact that they took it back, but he was really in those episodes. He just wasn't in those episodes. It was flashbacks. It was,
honestly,
but it was great because it was like remembering him.
Yeah.
As a He-Man fan, like if you don't watch episode 1 and you're like not in for the show, like are you really that big of a He-Man fan? I thought it was like really like the first episode really.
I mean, you get her reasoning. She was literally lied to
by everybody totally that she trusted.
I would react that way too if I was lied to for that long.
You have a group of friends that are like family to you. You feel betrayed by them. Do you want to continue to hang around them? No, you don't. It's how betrayal is.
Perfectly logical. And I liked that they gave Orko a moment. And I liked even
he had one of the best moments. Orko had
Lynn.
Even
Lynn, there was character growth. We got more character growth in 6 episodes than we did in most of the comics.
Evil Lynn and like Orko had some great screen time together.
Yes. The only character that didn't have growth was Skeletor.
Yeah.
Actually, Andra.
That's who. Yeah.
Andra had growth in the just most typical format.
There we go.
She was just sadly kind of there, and I wish she had more. Like I kind of wish they went into a little bit more depth of Teela and her past.
Yeah, if you look at the end of that, though, she's gotten that promotion. She's now
Well, yeah,
important. So
I guess, yeah, but like, I don't know. I wish she had more story.
I didn't understand.
I would have liked an episode where they like met, like when Tila
Yes.
first leaves and
But
like how they
we've
found
only
each
got-
other. It's been interesting.
Revolutions is only going to be 5 episodes, so that's a lot to try to get back in.
And they already
So-
said it's going to be mostly He-Man versus Skeletor, lots of action. So.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm okay with that because it is going to give the fans their fan service. It just makes me feel
Let's
like
come back to that story. Yeah, we need more of that depth. Because it was nice having those characters kind of fleshed out instead of them just being kind of background.
right.
Well, what they could have done is, like in the comic, they went into real big in depth of Evelyn's past, but they kind of glossed over and told some of that comic in the show.
Yeah.
They could have took that part out of the show and then inserted Tila and Andra's kind of past.
But I like that because it kind of shows Lynn's growth. There was some growth throughout
did.
that whole thing. She had.
Oh yeah, that was great. It's just they had it in the 4-part comic. Like, why have it in the comic and in the show?
Because not everybody's reading the comic, bud.
I honestly didn't even read that comic.
Yeah,
I read most of the
They
comics.
should, because it goes into it so much more.
Yeah, I mean, we're always going to have it. You can go into it more. Comics are a lot less expensive to produce.
Or at least then maybe just do the comic instead of Evil Lynn's story. Do Andra and Tila's story in the comic.
Well, I mean, you could if they wanted to do it, they could do it. I mean, it's not like they're not. They got that Masterverse.
Pitch a mini-series to Dark Horse.
There you go.
Fucking script it out, do some storyboarding.
Do you know how many stories I've actually pitched to them?
Be good.
You know,
I've pitched through like at least 5 to them.
If you want to see some of these stories, by the way, if
I'm just gonna have to make them.
Any of us Toy Frenzy patrons, by the way, if you join any of our Patreons, you get into the Discord. Bud has tons of stories.
I still haven't actually posted them yet, but yes, I do.
I thought you had posted some in there.
Maybe I did. I know it was in the old server.
That's what I'm thinking of. It was on the old.
Maybe
server.
I didn't put it in the new one yet.
That's okay. I got to go in there and update some things and add some more channels again. That's okay.
Star brings up a good point about the animated sequences when they first launching the toy line again.
Yeah.
That was kind of the mini comics.
I think you're talking about the first Filmation one. It was a little bit darker, more detailed.
Yeah.
Were different.
It was more what's the name? My brain is fried, so give me a second. It was more Conan-esque.
Yep.
Would be the word I would use.
Well, it was also more of the toys in the like mini comic.
Yeah.
And then Filmation hadn't actually fleshed out their part of the world. They were just
what I would love, though, I would love them to do the stop motion as like a show that they've been doing for like the reveals, because that stuff is cool.
Yeah, no, dude, I would watch like an hour-long episode of that like weekly, easily.
Yeah,
I'm sure that would take forever to make, but
it would. But
hey, John. Danny has a tip here. He says, don't turn her cape around. Just get some orange material and Wonder Web and iron it on. Cool tip. We got to check out what this Wonder Web stuff is that you can just iron on the fabrics, because that could be a game changer for soft goods. Yeah, cartoon short, they were trying to get the toys launched. Yeah, that was what they that was when they realized they needed the cartoon for the series. Yeah. And the animation on that was a lot better than what Filmation finally did. Because again,
it wasn't really as campy. I mean, as much as we wax poetic about Filmation, it was campy, but it was intended to be campy.
Yeah, exactly. You know, that's one of the reasons why I find it more difficult to watch as an adult now, I still do, and I still enjoy parts
It's
of
hard.
it. But it gets difficult. It's like watching, and again, you can hate me for saying it.
It's like with me when I go back to watch the G.I. Joe. I got the box set that has all the the Sunbow series. The ones that are good are miniseries.
Yeah.
And the ones that were the miniseries are good because they had the same writer.
Right.
So there was consistency. Then the regular episodes, I can maybe get through one or two, and I just can't do it.
Exactly.
It's bad.
Well, it's like the X-Men animated series. Every time I see Wolverine like use his claws to like do nothing, like I get so frustrated. I love X-Men. I love that cartoon back in the day, but I can't go back and watch it.
Yeah, no, it's bad.
That. Oh man, they had one of the darkest episodes of any series aired on television for kids to this day, and it aired on Fox Kids. It was an episode in the last season
The
where,
Sinister one.
yes,
Yeah.
Professor X, well, it was his long, somebody way back from his past. And it's when Mr. Sinister kind of becomes Mr. Sinister, he's still just Nathaniel Essex. You find out that he's the reason that Jack the Ripper was running around and getting parts of bodies and stuff like that. And they actually have like police show up to a Jack the Ripper crime scene, and there is like blood and stuff. Like they didn't show any actual violence.
Yeah.
But again, they had like all the elements there. Like there was blood dripping from a table, something like all this stuff that again, you don't put this in kids' cartoons.
Yeah, they toward the end there, they were kind of like,
Yeah,
we can't.
That's
What are they gonna do? Kick us off the air?
yeah, that's exactly what they
What's the
said
word
about it
here?
too when they asked them about that episode. Is they were like, "What were they gonna do?
Cancel us?
Yeah, we're already done."
No, my favorite version was the Wolverine and the X-Men that they only lasted 1 year.
Oh yeah, that one
Yeah,
season. Oh
was
man, that tore me up too.
Yeah,
The way it
the
ended.
end shows Age of Apocalypse, and you're just like, please, that would be great.
I'm
then
still
nothing.
waiting for somebody to tackle that story in some other form.
Yeah,
Because even when they've revisited it in the comic books, like, okay, when it ended, it ended.
yeah. You
That-
can't. Sometimes you can only get lightning in a bottle once. Quit trying to go to that well.
Right.
It's fine to go play and visit once in a while, but when they made Wolverine basically the next Apocalypse during Remender's run on Uncanny X-Force, it took me out. It's like, come on.
All right. So we are being joined here by another panelist, new to the channel.
Hello there.
Good evening to you. I think this is the first time we've had an Ugnaught on the channel.
Indeed. Good evening, everybody. I have spoken.
I see. Pleasure to see you from a galaxy far, far away.
Indeed. And I also have little baby Grogu with me. I'm babysitting Commando while he's away, busy on a mission there.
See, probably.
Just watch out for any stray clone troopers. Avoid them.
Those speeder bikes
Yeah.
with biker scouts, they tend to
Right.
kidnap Grogu's.
Now, if you see any kids rolling up on like scooters, you're safe. You can outrun them on foot.
They're Vespa speeders.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was just.
I didn't, it is what it is. Like they were honestly a really cool element. I just didn't care for their bikes. They reminded me of the IMAX from the early 2000s.
It was a missed opportunity. I think. I think that show was a lot of missed opportunities.
Yeah.
Well,
I kind of have a feeling this studio kind of got a little too involved in the show where they're like, no, we need to bring Grogu back. Let's do 2 episodes in Book of Boba to get our star character back because the character is bringing money in. Because honestly, he shouldn't have come back until like the end of season 3. That's when he should have made his grand like return to the show. But I mean, during season 3, the stuff he did was cute and adorable, and I got all ooh every time I saw him. But story wise, he shouldn't have come back when he did.
So, are any of you guys watching Mandalorian? Have you watched the
Yeah.
season finale?
I have.
I just checked it out last night myself. Finally saw that
Oh,
season finale.
It was great.
It was really good. It was a slow build this season, but I think they needed that for all those elements to come together at the end like they did. And I was telling Dawn, like, I'd been wanting to see the Mandalorians come together, ever since I was a kid. Like, ever since I started learning about what a Mandalorian was with Boba Fett. Now, mind you, again, like the writings from the, late 80s, early 90s and stuff like that about Mandalorians was very, very scant because, again, there was still this big mystery
They were
about Boba
mildly
Fett.
fleshed out in the Knights of the Old Republic, and
A little bit, yeah, they went into
there
it.
was a lot more in books than
The-
comics about.
Yeah, I was going to say Dark Horse fleshed it out quite a bit more with their earlier Boba Fett comics.
Yeah.
But it still wasn't a lot, Even the Marvel comics
But-
tried to
but
flesh it out a
I
little
think that
bit.
mystery kind of plays to them, though. It plays to a strength for them.
Yeah,
We got
definitely.
a bunch of it in the Clone Wars, so we kind of got a glimpse of it. But we also,
One of the
I
best.
did enjoy the last season myself. They brought everybody back except for me.
Well, I
What's
mean,
up with that, man?
you're going to have to reach out to them and say, hey, what's going on? Why didn't I get a call?
you're gonna have to call your agent.
They're starting to give that fellow his own action figure there. But not brought old Queel back to life. It's a bit on the nose, isn't
Right?
it?
Hold that up there, Aaron.
Ooh, who's that fellow?
I kind of did some Mythic Legions
nice.
and some AWOC shield for him. I wanted to give him a little bit different look, but it's me just playing around with my extra stuff that's on the desk here.
Nothing wrong with that. I mean, that's how some of the best things come together, just randomly.
So, yeah, they
You're
didn't give us.
a tinkerer, much like myself, I see.
We didn't get a mace with him. That's the only thing that's my only complaint. I didn't get a mace.
You got to go get the other one.
yeah. I kind of wish he came with either the mace or his like a claymore sword that he had for a few scenes until Skelegod broke it.
Something. I mean, this works. I mean, it looked orange.
They went through.
If you put the armor on him, getting him to hold this becomes infinitely more difficult.
Yeah.
Right.
And that Hordak piece does actually fit in that the blast effect.
And that adds a lot of weight.
Yeah, it does. It makes him a little bit unbalanced.
Oh, what's he got there?
I'll be right back, guys.
Sure. Oh, let's hold that up there. What is Grogu showing off to us?
What is that?
He's got his little Black Series
Grogu has
figure.
a toy of himself. He
Yes,
has his
you're in
own
that toy
figure.
shopping today. Oh, you're holding him upside down there. You have all the blood rushing to his head there.
Very
Yes,
nice.
we found a little Grogu there for him.
Very, very cool.
Keep the little ankle biters amused.
Oh, absolutely. Yes. Got to give them a little something to keep busy.
And I spied something too when we were out shopping. What did we get there, little Grogu? Yes. I got a figure of myself there.
It's always nice when you get yourself enshrined in plastic, isn't it?
Nice.
It's his own version of a selfie stick.
Off, I suppose.
His own version of a selfie series.
I would say quit playing with yourself, but
Yeah, you know.
Oh,
It does lend itself to that. Hey, Oz.
Yes, sir. What we got here? Okay. So you got me dealing with my little bits. Oh, I don't like you right now.
oh, very nice.
I was looking at that figure.
I was tempted on getting his horse, but I just don't. I don't know what I would do with it, but this looks so cool, and it's almost like there's like a Spanish conquistador look, kind of on his armor.
Oh,
Yeah.
So it's really cool.
Yeah, he's got that lighter kind of like leather style armor that
And the
I
wired
enjoy
cape
with
is
my
fantastic.
horsemen.
Wired cape is fantastic.
Right?
And of course, this is the other one I opened up last night.
Yes.
I had to get one. They're just too cool looking.
Right? I'm sorry, Legions is such an
But
amazing.
The only thing that's weird, okay, I have these peg holes in his back, but he has no armor, but they gave me pauldrons for his upper back. So basically,
he's a demon. They can create probably armor out of fire and death.
It's just stuck into his back randomly. It looks kind of weird. That's my only thing. It's just like I'm looking at it going, that's weird.
It just reminds me of the Twi'lek, so in my part of the galaxy there.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, but no, I had to get a couple more. It's
So
getting to the Lay's problem. I'm beginning to see this is going to be a problem.
yeah, it's tough because you really, really start to enjoy those. John,
but I
hold
looked at
those
the
up.
next wave, and there's just not anything on that next wave that I really want.
Masterverse comics.
Nice.
What are those?
Those are comic books, little stories. Some people, buy them for the kids. It's nice way to keep yourself entertained. They have pictures for people who can't read.
Of keeping stories and making them, I suppose.
Absolutely, yeah. And so, getting asked by Danny if we think that we'll get the rest of the Horde and Masterverse like Mantenna, Leech, and Scorpion.
I hope so.
I hope so.
Yeah, I mean, we're all hoping for it. I think things are good, especially since I want to see how big the Whiplash figure is going to be, because they said it's going to be a big one. So I'm wondering if it's actually going to end up being bigger than
the Beastman.
Too bad.
Bigger
than Beastman.
Is that a New Hope? Is it?
Always a New Hope.
Well, look at how big Ram Man's gonna as far as his packaging looks. He looks every bit, if not maybe 1.5 times of Too Bad.
No, Ram Man said
is big, but
he's in the smaller box.
He's not going to be as huge as Too
Bad. It would be nice to get that. To get all of those, but we'll see how it goes. You never know.
Depends when the next doomsday clock is.
Yeah, I want. Well, no, I want those characters. I want a. Oh, what am I drawing blank? This is my brain is. It's not CamoCon, CobraCon.
Yeah, CobraCon?
Yeah. I want one of him.
I need one.
Same.
I want one in the Masterverse. I want him. I want to see that, and I want to see his heads where you can switch them out where the flaps are open.
Look, man, cool. I want all the Snake Men in all the series.
I hope we get them. I mean, like Modulok, I would want a Modulok in a Masterverse. Can you imagine what that would be?
That'd be intense.
Or Multibot.
That'd be crazy. I would love to see if they did do a Modulok. Now, granted, they probably, since they are doing closer to the Phil filmation version or taken inspiration from that. I want a mini comic Modulok where he was like really short and squat. I thought that version, when I saw it through the comics, looked really cool.
What are we talking about?
I don't know.
Talking about some Masters of the Universe.
Oh. Who are they masters of?
Our hearts.
So, Star was
you're under
bringing
their control there. Oh dear.
Star is bringing up that
We left after decades of servitude to the Empire. Yes, they're working very hard.
So Star's bringing up that originally he thinks Boba Fett was only supposed to have Mandalorian armor. The original concept of Boba Fett was that he was actually going to be a super stormtrooper, like Darth Vader's right-hand man.
Yeah.
And then they just kind of made him a bounty hunter instead. And I was okay with that. So
Yes,
we
sir.
have our next...
We found old Boba Fett there also.
Oh, very cool. Very cool. Let me bring you up large.
Oh, we're having a bit of a sandstorm. It's covering my spot there. We'll have to hold him this way.
Yeah, there we go. You can see him on the reflection there. Very nice.
Yes.
Now,
a nice package there.
Hey, Oz, did you see the thing by Onryu?
Oh, I will be going on that in just a moment here. But first, I want to introduce our very next special guest joining us this evening. First time to the channel, we have Allison Troy joining us.
Hey, Allison.
Allison Troy, I have spoken.
Hello. Wait, we're doing costumes?
Always, why not?
You know,
This whole thing is a costume, you know.
What's the costume?
All the world's a stage and all we are is players.
I'm learning all these new terms.
Oh, there we go. I can't do that fake European accent the Baroness does, but we can picture it, right?
Well, you're just doing Baroness doing an American accent. That's all. So Onryo has said, so T-minus 2 hours and a half till my 30s are over. Oh man, are we going to be bringing in Onryu's birthday?
There we go.
Oh man.
You might. I'm going to bed.
That's right. I'm sorry. Grandpa can't stream for 5 hours.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
You need to go last night. I'm like, no. I'm not insane. I'm not Oz. I don't stay up this late.
Good lord, how did she fight in this stuff? Like, good lord, lady. No wonder she was always so cranky.
It's the magic of animation. That's how she fought in that.
Because it did not move. Like, I just turned this way and I lost all of my vision. So I always keep mine up. Anyway, sorry. It's about as long as the costume can last. I tried.
Apparently, Pop
All right, to let your hair down.
Wear a wig on, so you're gonna have to find a wig at some point.
I've got about 8 under here that, you know, I'm happy to learn somebody. Somewhere in here, there's
I'll figure out a wig situation.
Don's saying something about a toupee. Is there a toupee involved? Do we have a toupee?
I'm supposed to be getting a toupee, apparently. Except I'm going to shave all of this off and just put the toupee up here, so it's the reverse of what I'm doing right now.
No, get a mohawk. You want a mohawk? Just like,
No.
And you can make it with like a broom, so that it's really like you get that stiffness. Because a lot of people get that mohawk and then it's all floppy. And yeah, just get like a broom and just like.
So back when I had hair, I did the Wayne Static look. But at the time, I didn't realize that Wayne Static's hair was down to here when I did it. It's like only like shoulder length. Mine was down to my butt when I did it, and I couldn't fit anywhere. It was too tall.
I've never had enough hair to even worry about it, Sam.
Was it the? I had a friend in high school, Michelle, and like her bangs because it was the 80s, and every year they got a little higher. And then there was a year I was like, ma'am, you are about to knock a 747 out of the sky with those bangs. And she did not appreciate me. Nor did she. Her makeup also got thicker, and I was like, "So clown college it is." So I don't know that we were really friends, but you know.
Just the person I insulted.
I did see her like about 10 years ago for our 20th reunion, and her hair is not quite so big, but for 10 years ago, like it was pretty big. I'm just like, so we're still doing this, are we? But you know how it is in really small towns, like pretty much you graduate and that's your fashion and you don't get out. So
yeah, there's not a whole lot of change going on.
There's really not. So she does look older, so there is that.
Well, there.
Anyhow.
So, big shout out to Shiny Plastic People joining the chat tonight, saying quite proud.
Here.
So I'm just going to start unloading everything to unbox, so don't mind me.
Do it. Go for it. Take your time.
Yeah,
Whatever. We're going to be here for a
break
couple
down
hours.
some of the big bad toy store boxes there, Allison.
This one's Target, but you know.
Just as bad. Wait, hang on. There was a McFarlane Superpowers figure, so that was not Target.
Yeah, that one was Walmart, but I threw it all in the. I had to
throw it all in a big box.
I had to throw it all in a big. I've got like 8 of these. Well, there's 2 here, but I've got like 8 total still left. So
nice.
I'm gonna just have to start unboxing. We run out of room.
All Music Fan has joined in the chat as well this evening. Hello.
Someone mentioned this earlier.
Yep. That's the set right there.
It's pretty thin plastic, but it will take spray. You could do a nice glossy spray paint over it.
Oh, that looks rather nifty there.
And then, so I think, Bud, if you were to use that for a Snake Mountain wall.
Oh, yeah.
A decent primer, and then you could probably get in there with acrylics. And
yeah, that'd be nice.
It is really thin.
Did you get that off
I got that on Amazon. It was on sale for like $12. They're like, you've been looking at this for 3 years. It's $12. I'm like, I'll take it.
See, I have yet to find it that cheap on Amazon.
Yeah,
it's like, I keep
I found it for like
at
22.
And I need to do it because again, I want to make. Hebro made that custom Fright Zone playset, and I feel like that would work well for it.
I also want one for a custom Modi playset. Like a little layer.
I'm going to do mine in pink and then sort of use it for the prototype Crystal Tower and the original Princess of Power Dustin Banton sketches.
That is for both of you. That's your mama's to give you.
So,
okay,
Black Phoenix says he's going to go ahead and just wear his makeshift Luke Cage outfit since we're all dressing up tonight. Go for it.
Come on stage.
Turn from open mic night to a costume party. I think that is probably something we should do soon. Actually, just have a costume party.
That would be fun.
I think
if we do
Bobby has to come wearing his dress.
I need Bobby now to wear like a pink tutu and like after I drew that thing the other, I colored the thing that like I was really inspired all night. I'm like, I really want these 2 crazy kids. Like I'm standing you guys now, bud. So I'm on your side.
Thank you.
And I was just like, it's so sweet. And that I forget that my Instagram posts to my private YouTube. I mean to my private Facebook. And there are a lot of people that are friends who are really invested in this. So just heads up. You've got people rooting for y'all to have your moment.
We got fans.
You're being fans.
I'm telling you,
the kids say.
If you and Bobby do a show together on his channel, it would take off.
It's got funny and share potential. Like that whole
It would be 4 hours of sassy mouth.
Sam and Diane, all the classic 80s, will they or won't they? They hate each other, but they don't.
Mm-hmm.
4 hours of sassy mouth and then never get monetized because there be too many F-bombs coming out of Bobby's mouth.
Well, you just have to wait for what is it, 8 to 20 seconds or something?
It's 8 seconds in. I'll make an intro that's 24 to 30 seconds. Get past that point, and then bam, you're golden.
I finished my intro.
The intro needs to be one of those 80s sitcom, kind of family Matters kind of style, or Three's a
Three's
Company.
Yeah.
Yes.
There we go.
We
There we
Or-
go.
need all
no.
those freeze frames. We
Need
do
to
it
do
with
it.
easy
Somebody
Yep.
time.
needs a door.
I would be the Christy Snow for your
A
Three's.
little title at the bottom.
This idea
It's
just
like
keeps
something
getting
like
better.
this.
Do a parody of Perfect Strangers.
There you go.
I'll
Yep.
definitely be Belky.
For the Shalala. No, that was Shalala was Family. No. Which one had Alex P. Keaton on it? It was Mallory.
Family Ties.
Family
There
Ties.
it is.
Shalala. I think if you get a Shalala in there, and then their opening had that one, like 2 seasons where it was somebody painting the painting of them as the family. So then you could
Mhm.
it could be you like making figures of you and Bobby, and then it come to life.
Yes.
And then there would be a shalala at the end, and everybody would be like, "I'm here for it." We could do like 7 seasons of this, and it would even work because Alex P. Keaton was like kind of a jerk, and then yeah, so there you go. Like Bobby could be the Alex P. Keaton.
There we go.
Somewhere right now, Bobby's probably sitting on the can just randomly swearing.
He's not having his best life tonight.
He's sitting there cross-armed in front of the poster, very just bitching, like
Yep.
totally pissed off about this whole thing. Saying,
But it's
I
like,
love it.
where it's like sometimes the thing you become famous for and that people like about you isn't what you would choose, and you just have to embrace it.
Yep. Someday Bobby will just embrace me, and
It's like Wilson Phillips says, if you hold on for one more day, it's going to go your way.
that's right.
That's just looking at a word and break it to those defenses.
That's
I am in for the long game. So
People get old and they stop like having standards. It could happen for anybody.
yeah.
Just happen. I mean, like one of my exes recently got married, and I'm just like, oh my god, where did you find that old hag? And I was just like, but then I was like, I wanted to go hiking, and I didn't want to go. I'm like, there are rocks and there's snakes and all kinds of critters, and there you are. So, but
Want to give a big shout out here to Hylian Dread joining in, saying hey to everybody. Also,
I am behind on his channel. His channel is fun. I love the one, Hylian, where you're like, Mattel, you're just leaving that money on the. There's the one where he's like everything. He's like, you're just leaving money on the table, Mattel. Don't you want to make money? And I'm like, exactly, Mattel. Exactly.
I think that's how we all feel right now about a lot of stuff there.
I'm like, take my money, Mattel.
So, Adam is saying that Brick and I are working on something tonight. Excellent. Can't wait to see what you guys are working on. But they'll come hang out for hour 4. So, everybody wants to hang out for another, what was that, another
2.5 hours?
2.5 hours. They'll be along shortly.
I've just buried myself, so I can't leave because I can't even reach the controls until I get some more of the stuff out of the way.
All right. We're in
Sooner rather than later, I'll have to take a little break and charge my phone because I'm at like 45%.
Oh, man. Well,
My battery's dying fast.
You might need a bit of a gonk droid to help you out there.
See?
Right.
You're going to have to hook him up.
You might have to find a few Jawas there.
But when that happens, I'll definitely still hang out in the chat. I'll just have to charge my phone.
Danny has mentioned Allison. You could use that for the Crystal Mountain part of Crystal Castle or Crystal Falls playset.
Yeah, I'm gonna end up because obviously I'm the modicum of control when it comes to buying stuff. I'm probably gonna end up with like 3 more of them. I just got the first one because it was $12 because it's one of those projects. You're like, I'm gonna one day do this, and this is what I'll buy, and then they're like, for $12, it's yours. I'm like, sold. Even though it's gonna take like, I don't even know. Like,
right?
Yeah. Part of the reason to do my channel is so I can do customs, so that I'll actually do the customs instead of planning the customs.
Right.
I want to see. I want to see you and Bud do some collaborations.
Oh,
yeah, definitely.
I'm gonna be harassing other people. I'm gonna Yeah, because I'm going to do projects. Like, there are a lot of channels when they do customs, they just sort of like, this week I'm doing this thing, but I've got, like, we're doing some Evelyn Witches.
Oh, there will be some toy therapies
I
where
got
I
my
am.
first one.
That's
And
cool.
yeah, no, I want to go on your channel too.
So there'll be some toy therapies where I'm actually at my dining room table because I'll have to run the cable to that side of the room, and I will be doing my custom work while I talk. So
Excellent.
No.
I mean,
I'm excited for it.
I'm also going to do coloring pages, so you all have to come on and color with me.
Okay, I think we can do
no
that.
problem with that. I'll find something.
I will create some. I'll create a Buddy or like Buddy Bob coloring book.
Ooh, I'm in.
I have some Prismacolor pencils somewhere.
Sir, I might just call it a night there. The young one's getting a bit restless there. I think we'll put him down to bed there, I think.
All right.
Just get a stormtrooper to punch it.
Great having you here. Thank you for bringing Grogu.
I have spoken.
And we shall speak again later.
Hey, Bud, you know that moment when you do a custom and then you look at something else and you realize that maybe that body would work better for your custom?
Yep.
You've been working on?
Literally, when I got done painting the head on this figure, the hair, I looked at my old He-Man head on the first release. I'm like, I probably should use that head because the hair looks more like it does in the actual comic book.
Yeah. So I did painting on the upper body. This was a Bone Breaker's body. I did the painting on this, got some nice good flesh tone. And now I'm looking at the Blue Marvel body. And I'm thinking I might want a slimmer Naugahyde. Yeah. I mean, it's only a couple hours worth of work, but
yeah.
You got it for me. Project.
For me, it's the tearing the hair off, painting the face, repainting the eyes and the eyebrows. I'm just like, I don't want to. I'll just leave it the way it is for now. Maybe I'll change it later.
Well, guys, we've had another host or co-host, panel member, Cobweb. Thank you for joining us this evening, sir.
I didn't know you let me in. I was looking. I looked. I was like, "Oh, I'm already in." I was waiting for something.
My bad. I was looking for a good spot to just throw you in here, and
I just looked over and said, "Everybody can see and hear you," and I was like, "Oh yeah, I'm here already."
Good to have you.
I may not stick around real long. I got a little something I can unbox and a little something I was going to show off. So
cool.
Do it.
Yeah.
Shout out to Speaking Moistly here, joining in on the chat as well. Good to have you here. I really like to say his name every time he joins in because, you know, it's Moistly. And I just know people are cringing now. So.
Yep.
I have a friend that definitely cringes at that word.
Yeah, my wife hates that word. Hates that word with passion. They say the word moist in this house.
But how do you describe cake?
Soft.
Fluffy?
That would be sad. I had a friend who took me to HR one time because I kept saying moist.
I'm not thinking you understand the definition of friend here.
I do. Other people don't understand. The part of being someone's friend is busting their balls a little bit.
Yes.
If you don't harass your friends a little bit, how will they be prepared for the cold reality
That's why.
of the world?
That's why me and Bobby are actually the bestest of friends.
I can tell. I mean, but it's like if I don't sort of help you build your thickness up a little bit, like your skin, like what's going to happen when somebody really hates you who goes after you?
And what I love, and I won't say names, but I have people coming into my DMs with stuff for me to like send him. And it's more than one person.
People are invested.
Oh, it's so great.
Romeo and Juliet's a bad example because they die.
Yeah.
It's no, that couple dies too. It's like Luke and no, not Luke and Leia. That's a bad. It's like Han and Leia.
Well, if it was Luke and Leia, me and him would like have to kiss.
It's true. And then
Which I mean,
we're related. And then your mom would die of a broken heart. Oh, well, actually, that wasn't a broken heart. It was bad writing. But
yeah.
true. Yeah. Anyway. But anyway, concern husband. And by people, I mean I'm into this idea. I want the two of you to. If you two crazy kids can't find love, who can among us?
Right.
Cobweb asking, did you get the 2-pack of Skeletor and Screech?
So I'm letting it dry now, but I finished.
Touching it if you're letting it
I
dry.
didn't get it yet. I ordered from Big Bad Toy Store, so I'm waiting on that.
Yeah, we
No.
still got to wait.
I got this one to show off.
Ooh.
Show it all off. Show
Oh, yes. Okay.
That
Uh-huh.
store.
Yep.
Ooh.
Oh
Went
boy.
straight to their outlet.
Yeah, it's not the one in El Segundo, that one in San Bernardino I've been talking about.
Right.
It just kind of, you never know what they're going to have. If it's just stuff on pallet, broken stuff. This is going to be for your sister. So it's not an unboxing because I got to keep it in the box. But I thought this was pretty crazy. This was out there. So
Nice.
She-Ra 2-pack.
Oh my gosh.
And it's from the Princess of Power TV show.
Yeah.
And it's She-Ra and Shadow Weaver. Two big kind of like Barbie-sized figures, dolls. But they look really cool. And it's $40, half off for $20.
Oh wow.
And I was like, oh,
There were
20
20.
Yeah.
Oh, I wish I would have known. I would have been like, get me one.
Limited to one person. I mean, one per person.
Oh.
Yeah. Because I
That's
went
a
out
good
to the
quote.
car, and left later, and then I realized, I was like, oh, that's a 2019
Yeah.
San Diego Comic-Con exclusive.
Anything Princess of Power Netflix show, the merch is expensive.
Yeah, it's grotesque.
It's up where Baby Mama lives. I was telling her, I was like, hey, right by your house, if you can go by there and pick me up another one, that'd be awesome.
Right. Oh.
We'll get it shipped out.
And that happens
What?
for weeks, I guess, huh?
It's always the chance you run.
Jesus.
Hopefully I caught
Anyways.
that quick enough. Always the dangerous side of doing an open mic.
I think he was digging. That's what he was doing. Digging himself a hole.
Yep.
Of course. And, that's the thing, too. It's like I saw Sleepy on there as a name, and I'm like, who could this be? But, yeah, so it happens. I apologize
it does.
to everybody.
We had someone bomb the chat, or the live.
Open up my skelly over here, too.
So,
mature stuff, I guess.
for that reason, anybody else joining the stream tonight actually will have to have their camera turned on.
Yep.
Okay. We have the camera.
Highly mature.
Yeah. So, yeah, definitely going to have to edit this live stream, guys. But, appreciate all you real ones for here. Well, Black Phoenix, you can also join with your name, and I'll know. So, yeah. But anybody else shows up tonight, they will be vetted a little bit more thoroughly before being added to the stream.
Yeah, try to open something up and let everybody join.
What's going on?
Yeah, again, it's just one of those things that you run the risk of. So
it's just the internet being the internet.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm surprised it hasn't happened sooner.
yeah, exactly. Well, it's my channel still being as small as it is. It's a lot of more familiar faces and
Well, I mean, there's always haters out there and people that want to do stuff to ruin other people. So
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
so that was the Toy Guru, is what you're saying.
I don't even think I'm on Scott's
No,
radar, and even he isn't that petty.
It's true.
No.
It's not that petty.
I know a couple people maybe that would be, but I'm not going to name names.
Yeah, Chris needs to just come on. He needs to get out of the chat and just come on.
Right? Come on. I know Chris would definitely be a welcome addition to this panel. We've still got rooms. We got plenty of room. I have up to 10 people I can add. Whoa, wait a minute here. Now, hang on a sec. This is a familiar name from the chat. And
Is it?
I'm pretty sure this one's a safe one to add in. What's going on
Lawrence,
with boys?
Lawrence!
How are you guys doing?
Doing a lot better with you here.
I figured I can't be worse than that last guy.
Well, you never know.
That last guy was a big freaking asshole. That's all I gotta say.
You're certainly a stretched one.
Right.
And here's another familiar face of the channel.
It was actually Bobby. I mean, no.
There was some major numbers.
Hello, everybody. Good evening there, also. It's been a while, indeed.
Indeed, it has, Elder. And Chris has even said he will be jumping on in a bit.
Got a whole Brady bunch.
Right? It's the full screen, but here's the cool thing. We should still
Hollywood swears.
One more. I wonder what happens when I've only had up to 9. The max you can have is 10. So
maybe the space-time continuum might explode there, sir.
Yeah.
If more people want to hop on, since my phone is getting a little lower, I can hop out for a bit while I charge it, and they can join.
You stay
Good
on as
evening
long
there,
as you
Punk with Toys, sir.
Lawrence,
Can we get my buddy to
Hello
change
there,
his
John.
icon to Alice? Who can be the Brady Bunch?
Hello, how are you, Master Versal?
Right?
Appropriate.
Oh, that would make me Jan, which is perfect.
Does that make Bud Alice?
Yep.
Jan was always my favorite Brady Bunch person. She was the only one who was relatable.
This is a good bunch of us here tonight, indeed.
It is. It's a great group of people. Even that, hey, I mean, people will be talking about that other asshole for a while.
Highly special.
And that's more that'll happen to him than normal. So there you go. He had his one shot.
The sad part is nobody even knows his name, so it's going to be all that talk, and nobody's going to know who it was.
Yep. 5 years from now, he's still going to be that asshole who jumped in the live stream. And
the internet is forever, whether you like it or not.
Well, chances are I'm probably going to have to edit those clips out. Otherwise, they might try to pull this
somebody
video.
will still have them. Trust me.
Yeah, the first one, some words slipped in. Yeah, that'll definitely have to be edited.
so this is a pretty cool Tila. I'm finally opening mine.
Oh, yes, the Masterverse version 2?
Yeah. I get she's got beefy thighs, but if you look at that original, mine's buried, of course, now behind all the stuff, but the vintage Tila had some beefy legs, so.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm not sure where all the, oh my God, she's so beefy. It's like, have you seen OG Tila's thighs? Thunder thighs, hello.
Ooh.
But there we go. So, yeah,
Speaking moistly, giving a shout out to Eldor.
Oh, hello, sir.
It's moist.
So moist around here. Lawrence, how you doing this evening, sir?
Lawrence, are you there?
There?
I'm okay. Just trying to figure out what screen's gonna.
What screen's gonna come up?
I'm not sure what's what here right now. Because I got StreamYard open, and then I have the YouTube open.
I always recommend closing the YouTube one if you have the StreamYard up. It can get a little crazy.
You're about 10 seconds shorter, or it's
Okay.
like there's
now it looks right.
Okay.
I've never been piped in like this, so no, I'm just sitting around watching you guys, and really need to go watch Revenge of the Nerds for my Thursday show, but that keeps getting pushed back, and me not doing what I'm supposed to do.
Procrastination.
Very familiar.
We all have that issue on occasion on my channel.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't understand how some people are on YouTube. I mean, some of these guys do lives like 4 or 5 times a day. I don't.
I mean, I just do one like 6-hour stream a week, and then I do Toy Frenzy for like 2 hours on Thursdays.
It's not 2 hours on Thursdays, Oz. It's at least 2.5. I usually go to bed at hour 2. I'm just telling you that.
They have been lasting a little longer. I think my bad habits are rubbing off on the guys.
I've looked at some of your replays when we were chatting, and I think Payne had made a comment about like mine run a little long. I'm like, I think it's like 3 hours, and you're like, no, that's nothing. And I looked at some of your replays, and I'm like, God damn it, man! Like, I wasn't joking.
No, it was not.
Well, we're a rather lively bunch indeed.
It's like I gotta get some sleep because you guys feel free to stay up all night,
right?
But we got all those West Coast guys that come in, so they're it's still early for them.
Yeah, right. And the worst thing, when I get done on Mondays, it's always after 12 o'clock. Just so you guys know, the dog's been sitting there sleeping on the bed. He just looked up because he heard me talk.
Of course he did.
Is it my time to show up? But like, I get done after 12 and I'm wound up. So I go to bed at like 1:30 in the morning.
That's how it goes.
I got Tony Romo. He'll call me up at like 1 o'clock in the morning and be like, Oh, it's like 1 o'clock there, isn't it? He's in Arizona. So I'm like, yeah, dude. Like,
yeah.
I get no sleep Monday night.
It was like last night with my live. I didn't realize I'd gone 2.5 hours. I was like, oh, okay. This is a little
See how easy that is?
It's
indeed. That's how time flies when you're having fun.
I colored an entire picture while you were on last night. And that included having to stop because, like, I do them on my camera and I can only do like 23 minutes before my phone is like, you don't have enough memory for this. But that included 5 to 10 minute breaks to like upload footage and delete it and start over again. So yeah, it was like I'm looking forward to more of them so I can get more coloring done. Get a bunch of videos stockpiled.
Well, I just got to figure out who to put on the couch next.
I have my next.
I've seen your little coloring in there, Allison, on the IG.
I've got all the time lapses on there, but I'm doing sort of longer ones for the YouTube eventually. So, but thank you. Like,
those are awesome.
So, Allison, are you a tracer?
I don't. Well, it depends. Like, those are actually everything I've done so far are just from old coloring books, and I just clean up the file, or I buy it PDF, or
so
I.
You're just a tracer.
No, I'm just a colorer. But I do use my skills to bring out the original art and make it pop and stand out more.
There's absolutely nothing wrong with being a tracer. I trace all the time when I can.
He was talking about.
He was doing the Mallrats thing, but
yeah, there you go.
Oh, okay.
Like, no, sir, not me. But the problem is there are a lot of people from back home who think I'm actually doing all of that, and I'm like, no, it's literally an old coloring book, and they're like, so you drew old coloring books back in the day? It's like, no. Oh my God.
Yes, I get this a few times there when I show a photo of, say, a metallic action figure. And I get a whole bunch of people come up saying, "Oh, did you do that? Oh, very clever, or very good." No, it's not my figure. It's made by Mattel. There, you see.
That's not the one that I did, right? Yeah.
Bless their hearts. I love my back home people, but there's a reason they're back home, and I'm not back there with them. And it's just,
I'm probably gonna be taken off.
All right. Well,
I just popped in. I wanted to show that to Carol so she can see. I opened up my Skelly.
Oh, hold that up for everybody to see, because that is a nice skelly.
I know this is looking.
Yes, sir.
Carol actually has a little bit for me to show off here that she's been working on. And I believe we may have another guest showing up real soon here.
Yeah, I might head out.
All right, well,
a couple things to do. I just wanted to show that off.
Indeed. Good night there, Cobwebs.
See you guys.
Pleasure to see you, brother. Thanks for
Jenna,
coming.
Good journey.
Allison, Bud, Don, Eldor, Punk. Have a good night, guys.
Until then.
You too.
So who else got Skeletor and Screech?
Well,
I
I've
did
got the
not
Loomy one coming, but no, I didn't get that Skeletor.
Okay, am I the only one that thinks that he has like a strange face?
I like it.
It's kind of like the vintage one. When you got the
Ken there. Hello.
Ken, did you throw your back out?
This is called
Just
the
relaxing there, sir.
lazy cameo. If that's cool. I can set up if it's more if it's less rude and more appropriate.
No, this is. I don't know. It's weird.
What
But
did it
it's
make you
not-
comfortable, sir?
I've got the Skeletor Screech on
Casual
real.
Ken. There we go. We'll call it Casual Ken. You need to have that in your tagline down below.
Sorry, what was that, Allison?
I said it's odd and strange, but it's not unpleasant. So yeah, no, it's fine.
It's all good. It's all good. It's all good.
Highlight that jaw one more time there, Thanos.
So his jaw is articulate. Okay.
Oh, that's clever. Yes.
Love it.
I haven't opened mine yet, so.
I pre-ordered mine at BPTS, but yeah.
I'm going to try to pop the jaw off mine and paint the inside of the mouth so it's fully black. I think it kind of gives it looks like it has fangs on the inside of his mouth when the jaw opens.
Yeah, it kind of does.
Yeah,
All
I see
right.
what you're saying there.
And as Ken has joined us, we also have another. So we are going to do the full stress test here on StreamYard and see if it works for the full amount.
Hold on to your hats there, as they say.
See if we can do it. There it
Hold
goes.
on to your butts.
We got people 10.
We got
Yes. We did the 10
Not
people.
himself.
Are we all still in one piece there?
Well, relatively speaking, probably. One Piece is debatable.
Good evening there, sir.
Oh my God.
Hello, Eldor.
The symmetry is
Even
killing me.
Ken?
They really need to have a max of 12.
They might. Well, real quick, I'll help that out just a little bit. I do want to share. My sister's been working on this, and she sent it to my DMs on IG.
Oh,
I want to show
really
this thing,
stress testing because now we're adding into the cherry.
which we all know I've had so much luck with lately.
Ooh.
Yes. So
Oh wow.
the Snake Mountain. Gosh, that looks great. She's been working on this
Working
thing.
there indeed. Yes.
Yep. Absolutely. So we got that. And let me see. Oh, wait. She sent more. That was just the first one that I had seen. Hang on a sec here.
Wait, there's more.
Oh.
But wait, there's more. Yeah. Here we go. All right. Let's go ahead and we've got interior shot. Let me go ahead and bring that up. This thing is gorgeous and so cool.
That is cool.
Oh, yes, a place for everything.
wow.
There. Everything has its place.
Right? You got, look, I mean, we all just saw the beautiful amazingness that is going to be our Origins Snake Mountain. But I got to say, this one just has that little bit of, I mean, it's a smaller scale, so they got a little bit easier time to work with the room here.
Skeletor's table there, I see.
Yeah. Right here. Got the bone throne. Yeah, no.
Guess he's going to have a place to sit down, I suppose, after a hard day.
Yep. I like that it came with Screech, if you notice right here.
Oh, sure enough.
Oh, wow.
Bit too small for my eyes there,
No, I
sir,
didn't
but
see that.
yes.
But that's cool.
Let me see if I can zoom in on this a little bit.
Warp speed ahead.
Nah, it's not going to let me zoom in all the way on it, but
Oh dear.
Carol, if you can, send me a beautiful picture of Screech hanging out in there since everybody's showing off Screech and I don't have mine yet.
I have vintage Screech, but he's elsewhere at the moment.
Right. Has the trap door. Oh.
Oh, cool.
So good. I love it. Just cannot wait until we finally get this.
Oh, there he is. He's flying past our Thanos copter's screen there.
See, at least when Thanos does it, it's not pooping all over him like Connor had mine doing.
Yeah, your Screech.
Ooh.
Yeah. Well, my Zor, when I got my Zor, and he had.
Yeah.
For those of you who missed that, the Connormon and Nostradamus Toys Live that I do earlier on Saturdays when I have my son over, we did the unboxing of Tila and Zor, and Connor could not stop having Zor poop all over Daddy's head.
Ooh, he's been toilet training there.
I agree. It was a lot of fun, but that's what you do with your kids. You have a lot of fun. And he really enjoys playing with He-Man with his dad, and to me, it just doesn't get better than that.
You're setting him up for the future there, sir, so you can continue the brand name.
Do you think Viper Island's kid has his G.I. Joe's poop all over him?
Don't get me started on the Viper Island. Oh my god.
Come here, son.
Or are we beefing? Are we going to be beefing?
I hope not.
Pains,
get the barbecue ready there.
Pains, you saw my post the other day.
Yeah.
I won't get into it on Oz's channel.
Why? What do you do now?
It's more like me playing off something he did a while ago. If you didn't know any better, you'd think it was just tongue-in-cheek joke. So we'll just go with tongue-in-cheek joke for the purpose of Oz's channel. It's all good.
But it was tongue-in-cheek joke. It was more pointed and stabby.
Yeah. And I mean, not the tongue-in-cheek everyone normally assumes when you say tongue-in-cheek.
There we go. Yeah. And sorry, I just found out which Chris this was next to me. Like, it took me a while. I'm looking at my phone, and the text is so small. It's shiny across the people. But the text is so tiny.
You just got the relaxing brain on there, sir. That's all.
Yeah. Not much decency going on here. I mean, the only toy I got even close to me is this old goon here. So.
Oh, well,
hey. Yeah, my collection's not here with me right now, so it's, this guy will have to do. Yeah,
does perfectly well, in my opinion.
Yeah, sorry, maybe getting a little disturbing here. I should simmer down. All right, someone else talk.
You got Adam coming on tomorrow, right, Ken?
Yeah.
Adam from Highly Articulated.
Oh, it's going to be a nice big show tomorrow.
My desk is full of decapitated dolls right now. If you're talking about disturbing.
Yeah. I don't need an anatomically correct doll. I'll just say that I don't.
I've been sending pictures of those Feichin dolls to people, and been using like the heads from He-Man and Golden Girl and other characters.
I come across those in my there's 2 a.m. I can't sleep. I'm on eBay, and everyone who customizes gets this. There's that 2 a.m. where you're just looking at random things like, what could I do with that? And every time I come across those, I'm like, it's just too unsettling. I have to get me out of here. I don't, because it's like I'm like, wow, they're really well made. Like that would be a great action figure, and then you're like, why are there attachable genitalia? And who the hell? And then it all clicks for me, and I'm like, I got to get out of here. Like, this is just like I am, like I definitely am, like a fan of like sex positive.
You can play with your toy, just don't play with your toy.
You can even do that. I just don't want to know about it. Like, if you're not hurting anyone, go for it. But if you're actually need to know, like you're hurting me if I have to think about that too long, because yeah.
So here's a close-up of the Bone Throne with Screech and a place for the Havoc staff.
Very nice.
It keeps a tiny spot there.
And my fingers hurt
tiny
just
place.
looking at it. So,
especially knowing they're mega and not Lego.
Well, just in general, it's a 3,000 piece. So
Yeah.
I mean, I get hand cramps thinking about that many pieces.
Well, it took her 2 weeks, but that was strictly by choice, and it was over 3,000 pieces and a lot of smaller ones.
I suppose it would take me 2 weeks just to set all the Lego pieces aside and sort them out.
It would take about 7 months to get it to Eternia, from what I hear.
So you just can't get there from here.
What have you?
Hey, I've already had enough of that on my stream there, Thanos. You watch it now.
What's going on there?
That one's just a little bud. It's not.
It's tame.
That was way tamer than what came on.
Yeah, that.
At least that one was plastic.
I might have to re-air this stream on another site altogether.
Well,
you just cut out the parts that you
don't. Check your subs there, sir. Check your subs.
Depending on where it is, I don't work for free, so you
Hey, if I'm getting paid, I'll split it, okay?
Okay, we're good. That seems.
Yeah. Anyway.
Have you ever had anything like that happen before?
No, because it's only been trusted in. I've dropped the invite in the chat plenty of times. Yeah. This is actually the first time that somebody's actually going on. Like I say, my channel's still small enough that I don't get many of the casual views coming through where you might have somebody who would do such a thing. But at the same point, people are unpredictable. Clearly, these were alternate accounts set up by somebody to join the stream, not a account that I recognized. And you know what?
Now you know you've made it.
But you know what? If you do this again, you may want to set it so the only people that can. Well, I guess it doesn't matter because you put the thing in there the link in there. But don't they show up first? Like
they did.
Or did you have it?
There was no camera, and I'm like, that's okay. Somebody's a little shy. Totally get that. And then as soon as they entered in,
that shy.
Boom. Oh, nothing about that was shy. Then the second time, they put.
Did I miss the best part of the episode? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, not with what they were showing off.
That is a stretch.
I'm not going to shame anybody.
It was stretched, all right.
Wait.
Was
really
stretched.
Wait, I didn't.
You can trim out parts of a stream afterwards. You know that, right? You can go into your editor.
Oh, yeah. I'll be going through and doing so.
It still means you have to watch it again, though, to figure out where it's at.
That's the problem.
Should have looked at the timestamps just to make it easier for myself, but hey.
There's a chance YouTube will flag it and it'll tell you right where it is.
Ooh, indeed.
Or they might actually list it as a science channel and be like, look, there's a great example of a black hole right here.
That wasn't a black one. That was really red.
Goodness.
Yeah, but black hole is a misnomer. If you've ever seen them in space, there's color all around them. It's just the void in the middle.
You only see the event horizon there. You don't see the black hole itself.
And it's pretty red and something.
But the closer you get, the more things slow down.
And then, and if you get too close, then the ship just goes right in there.
You're stuck.
No good.
Well, there was nothing going in that hole at that time. There was plenty coming out, though.
Good amount of energy there, too. You can harness it.
Oh, a reverse.
Bit of free power there.
Those are rare.
All right. Back on track, somebody.
What? Wait, we had a track?
we have
all aboard.
Sometimes the journey is wherever it goes, and later you're like, "Wow, that was a wild ride," but you can just never predict. So.
Especially if you get derailed there.
Oh, the place it will go.
And it was something I knew would be potential that could happen. I expected eventually for something like that to happen one day with these, but hey, it happens.
But hey, let's just imagine how proud his dad is of him right now.
I'm proud that somebody disliked my stream enough to try and come on here and do something like that.
Look,
You know?
Dad, no hand.
Look, Dad, look what I did. I was on the internet. And he'll be like, just like your mom.
Graph in the house saying a whole lot of nonsense tonight. That's what that is.
There's that many open streams that you just happen to find one though.
Let's pull myself back here.
Right, exactly. Whoever it was, they were already watching. And if they're watching, that's more views for me because, it's
that
not like
guy's
I did
had
a
that he's had that locked and loaded for like 4 months, just like streaming every single stream. Like, oh, come on, please have a link, please have a link. And man, today was jackpot for him.
It finally happened.
Yeah.
Now he is
going to delete that off of his computer.
He can scratch that one off the bucket list.
That's right. So we have a request to sing the Brady Bunch.
Did you get a username at least so we know to ban that person everywhere?
It said Sleepy.
Yeah, Sleepy.
All right.
And there was no real. I couldn't tell what the picture was. The second time was like Antonista. I don't know. What I'll do is I'll end up looking those names up when I go to edit, and I'll drop them in the Toy Network for everybody. So that way it'll be like, hey, here it is. And if you guys aren't part of the Toy Network on IG, chat gets a little crazy. It can get a little bit busy, but it's fun toy networking group chat for all of us content creators.
Your phones might be buzzing all day also.
You can totally mute the chats, mute the video calls too. Accidents happen.
Accidents happen. It's happened before. If you see those names in my chat, just feel free to ban them. I think I gave you moderator rights, so
you certainly did. I like swinging the ban hammer. It's fun. I don't ever really get to use it because most people are chill. But
hit the airlock button there.
Start stuff in Ken's chats now. Dang it!
That's right. Everybody better watch their tone.
It's on ban hammer, man.
So Pink, you want a ban hammer too? You want to separate?
Sure, I know most of your chats anyway. So
get Thor to put the hammer down there.
That's right. It was one of the best little comic moments ever. Thor putting the hammer on top of the toilet, knowing superheroes got to go to the bathroom. Can't anybody lift it? The only person.
At a certain point, one might get a little bit worthy enough to be able to lift it.
And at some point, intentions get real pure.
You know what? There is a good chance that what we saw was what happened. Maybe Stoner's hammer was on the seat, and that's exactly what happened.
That's what the result was. They had to come on my stream to take a crap.
That was Captain America right there before he was worthy.
Right before.
Yeah.
That's why he is worthy, because of what he let out.
I feel like that was more of an Ant-Man, but okay.
All right. I got to jet everyone, but it was nice to chat.
Nice to see you again,
I haven't talked to before.
Ken, yeah, always a pleasure. I will see you tomorrow morning.
All right. Awesome. Take care.
Take care, brother.
See you later.
Tomorrow morning, what, you just stay on all night?
No, I'm not good enough to stream all night. Even I'm not that crazy. Maybe one of these days I will.
That's the Mega J retro stream. You can't sleep in the middle of the night and he's on. And you're like, okay, well, and then you wake up in the morning 2 hours later and he's back on. I'm here with breaking news. I don't know how.
That's kind of what I was referring to. Someone that streams all the time.
Oh.
Yeah.
I marvel. I mean, if you need, I need a stream to, because there are just times where I just need to watch a stream, and because I do these coloring videos, sometimes I end up in I don't mean to be throw any shade at a certain demographic of white woman of mine, but some of these ladies' coloring streams, oh my god, it's somebody needs to spike the lemon squares.
There are coloring streams.
Yeah, like there's streams where of ladies, middle-aged ladies coloring pictures, which like I find interesting because that's kind of some of my content. But I'm like, this is why it's just like some of the conversations that happen. I'm just like, really, we're talking about that? Okay. And it's I don't know. Like, I don't need to know anyone's job.
We just spent the last half hour talking about swollen anus.
There was one morning, some lady was on there like, I'm having these muffins and they've got raisins in them. I'm like, I need to get out.
Yes, pass the scones around there.
Yeah.
No, not the muffins with raisins, sir. We don't need those.
It's like raisins, really? This is what's how I'm. I can't.
Yes, because that's so much.
Would you like a cup of tea, Governor?
Sitting around talking about toys.
Yeah, and I'm sure they feel that way about us, but at least we're interesting. I mean, like, they definitely aren't having these conversations. I was on there the other morning, and like one of them does a word game. She's interesting, and one of the words was anal, and I'm like, oh, and she's like, did anyone try anal? And and I'm just like, finally. And then she's like, oh my god, I just realized how that could be taken. And then she giggled, and I was like, okay, like this one I might watch again. So
yeah, she got it. She definitely understood,
but usually not so much. I'm just like, my humor is too dark and X-rated for these people.
Right. I mean, I used to watch Mega J all the time on Fridays. Saturday mornings, and then since I've started work and then doing Toy Frenzy on Thursdays, and we're up late for that. By the time it gets to Mega J's stream, I am passed out on Fridays nowadays.
Look at your ass.
You're working yourself too thin there, sir.
But just wanted to get
right under the one you have highlighted.
Oh, I'll bring it up. But do want to give shout out to my boy Skelly. Glad to have you here, brother.
Skelly.
Good evening, there, sir.
That is definitely a dangerous combo. Just saying. You get that's
so that'll clean up the plumbing there.
Oh, it would.
Good gravy.
Oh my gosh!
Did we?
I mean, that's
when this started.
I have to rename this this stream the shitty stream. Had all these amazing people on and still had a shitty stream.
It's terrible. It was.
I literally almost shot that out my nose.
Yes, sir. Sitting on the old Thunderbox there.
You change your name to Shitterdamus.
And it's kind of that last time because I'm sure he could tell us a lot about how to get more fiber in our diets. So
could have learned a lot.
At least it wasn't, but you know what? It looked like it was getting there. Didn't have long to
I
go.
missed the visual, so thank God.
I did it well. I just heard the audio.
I have a feeling some of you went back and watched it again.
See, I can't because all the computer controls are over here, and this stuff is all around.
You're not missing anything, right?
I mean, if you're into that sort of thing, sure, but there are other websites and channels to watch that stuff on.
There's an entire market out there for that, I'm sure.
There really is. People get paid for that.
Apparently, I needed to laugh tonight.
Well, that's what we're here for. Laughs, toys, and apparently anything. After that, anything can definitely happen.
You never know what you might see.
Yep.
I didn't expect to see that tonight, for sure.
No.
Anything can go down the long drop of YouTube there.
Truly, anything can happen.
It really can.
One moment you're opening toys, the next it's
Prolapse.
Skelly, if you scroll back a bit through the stream, you can see some interesting things, but you may not want to see it.
It turns into a real shit show.
Real stuff you can't unsee.
No, you can't.
It's there forever. Like there's not enough bleach to get it out of your eyes.
Nope.
You can't unsee the wonders and the mysteries of Willy Wonka's chocolate factory.
Yes, there was no mystery left. I've seen it all.
That seems so much worse.
Oh, bless.
That was not
making it better there at the bottom also.
This is really not what I expected for my evening. I was like, I'm gonna unbox some toys. And
hey, I didn't expect that either. You know what though? In part, I'm almost happy it happened because it has provided a lot of laughing material for the rest of the year.
There's not enough laughter in the world.
No.
Well, I will say this: it has pretty much taught me that I will never do open mic on my streams because what else can happen?
You know what? I'll do it again. I'll do it again.
I mean, really, if you think about it, like it was really in the theme of like opening things up. So it was like really on key for open mic. So I'm just saying. At least he got the theme. Like,
I don't have anything really to open, but I got a spare Zodak in the mail there the other day. You probably can't see it because of the magic there.
It's the cosmicness.
But I got that to go with my spare 40th He-Man to do my One Dark custom with Masterverse there. But yes, it's not showing up, so we'll have to do the old side by side there because of the magic.
It's all good, sir. I can't wait to see the finished product when you finally get that all done.
I mean, it's an relatively easy custom, just a bit of top and swap and a little bit of paint. I'll get Eldor Bob to do the painting, you see?
Ah, yes, Eldor Bob. Had a fun stream with him on your channel.
Oh yes, I recall.
We lack openings around these parts. Well, that goes for a lot of different things now. What do we have here?
The Dark Phoenix last time I was on your show. This is an old Toy Biz one I've had forever.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I had that.
Like the Toy Biz one.
Classic.
That was such a great line that didn't quite ever hit its stride. It was like it felt like it was 2 or 3 assortments away from like being everything it needed to be.
Oh, that's the fastest I've ever walked. Oh, my back. But indeed, I played around with the Origins custom there the other day, using all King Hiss's parts there. I made a bit of I call him Prince Poison. In the poison.
Nice.
Yes, I made him his brother there. And he has all the venom in his tanks, and he sprays all the poison out of his little hole there in the armor.
That's a Masterverse Stinkor armor, correct?
Indeed, and the Masterverse Revelation Beastman loincloth there.
I think I'm still in that idea because I need to make
and
more.
Just a 2000X He-Man body, the legs and the upper torso.
Nice.
Because I had nothing else there. You see, I would have liked a spare man at arms with a bit of a green in the legs, perhaps.
I agree. I'm liking the look. So, what did you guys think of Stunt Puppet Pictures and Justin Rush's new animation for the Snake Men?
Awesome.
That was really cool.
Mode Tuesday, was it?
Do a whole movie just of that kind of stuff. Do a whole story, connect it all together. It'd be awesome.
I have to go pull the link and pop up that interview we did with him on Toy Frenzy. But he is such a chill dude to just sit and talk with, and he gets to play with his toys and film it and makes a good living off of it.
That's really cool.
He's really
all the stop motion takes a lot of work indeed.
Yeah.
I have to go back here, and I'm actually pulling up from the Toy Frenzy archives as we speak. I'm going to go ahead and pull that up and drop that link for everybody. It was one of my most, I mean, all the episodes of Toy Frenzy are a lot of fun and really good to do, but that one was a lot of fun because he had just got done showing off all the stop motion that they'd done for last year, Smo Tuesdays. And
I enjoyed all those.
And then, of course, you had your famous internet meltdown during the Armies of Ashmore, Defenders of Eden stream.
Don't remind me.
I feel bad for you.
I've been talking about it for months, trying to get, do a Toy Frenzy show, talking about an indie toy product. And, of course, having Matt and Rachel join, which, again, I've been watching, paying attention to Defenders of Eden and, what was going on with that for Armies of Ashmore, and finally getting ready to drop. We're getting them on the show right before the launch of the Kickstarter. And I'm like, yes, finally we could talk about dinos and amazing toys. And then my internet decides that night it wanted to take crap. Actually, it was just my PC couldn't handle the stress of everything that was going on that night. So I had to clear off
I recall. But I had a few favorites in that stream there that you showed off. I liked the long-headed dinosaur one, and then the shorter one with the red armor on there. I like those two.
Absolutely.
I went all in. I don't know that I'll get the bonus figures when they unlock. I just I can't see spending more than what I've spent, and I got the I think the digital copy of the comic up to the trade paperback one.
Right.
When you got the comics, did you get access to them immediately, or you have to wait until?
Yeah, I didn't get access to it immediately. I think as much it charges at the end of the Kickstarter, you should be able to get access to it then. I would imagine.
I do want to get the comics. I'm interested to see.
Right.
So yeah, it was one of those. I looked at the figures and I didn't know that I wanted them all. I may go back and change it and get pick out 5 of the 6, but there was one that I was on the fence about. But realistically, I'm saving the cost of that figure if I buy all in anyway. So
right, yeah, there you go. Lawrence, you were playing with a gargoyle. Who do you got there?
Broadway.
Broadway.
Don't stay up though. They're way too heavy. They don't click like the other ones. They actually tend to pop out.
Oh no!
They actually tend to pop out way more than some of the other ones.
I wonder if the pegs for the Mythic Legions. Have you seen those Mythic Legion wings, Lawrence? The BBTS has some.
You mean
the same size or close?
These ones?
No. There's ones that are vampire wings.
Oh, okay.
That would look fairly close to that. You just have to do a little bit of paint work.
Yeah,
white. They're a base white color.
Okay.
You can buy just the base white color off of BBTS, but these are what they look like.
I don't think they would fit because when I was looking at these ones, because they fall off really easily.
Because that peg is pretty. I mean,
it's sturdy.
I've got both of those coming in, and those are they can come down. They retract. They look a lot better.
Yeah, they got the articulation mid-wing, so you can actually fold it.
Yeah, so to do that, the peg on these are way bigger. So you'd have to shave it down a lot. Like that peg is way bigger.
It might be worth it though to get smaller wings that retract though.
Yeah, but they're going to give us the.
I don't know. But the thing isn't
they're giving us the great wings anyway.
Yeah, I know, but they're packing that crap in with figures that I don't want.
Yeah, but I want all the figures.
So to me, it's like give me an accessory pack with all those extra wings, and I'll be happy.
I agree with you. Like I think I understand why they're saying they're doing it. Where it's like
because
that
they
way
want
they
those
can
figures
keep
to
the
sell.
price.
I mean, it's typical business practice, and it's fine. I just don't want those figures. I just want the wings.
See, I like them all, so I'm all in on the line, so it doesn't bother me. But I fully understand that if somebody loves Goliath, if they don't care about Bronx, if they got to buy a Bronx to get, the draped wings.
Yes, I understand that the Four Horsemen, they sell the wings for the Vogue separate there on either on the Big Bad Toy Store or on the Four Horsemen store site there. So
the video game
other little
Goliath
packs as well.
packed the wings in, so it's like you didn't have to buy another figure. He just had
I don't understand that either.
They should have done all of them that way.
Yeah,
that
but
really
they took
makes
the accessories away too.
That's true.
I mean, again, for
It's
me,
the
I think the gargoyles. I mean, I think they're a really good price for how much plastic you're getting. $38, $40 for everything that you're getting. But I'm with Payne. Like, if I like Goliath, I shouldn't have to buy Bronx to get the draped wings.
Yeah,
I'd rather buy a pack of. But the pack would probably cost $30 too. And then you're going, well, I don't need Demona because I don't like her. So, no matter how you look at it.
Yes, I've been planning a custom Hudson tribute with a few Mythic Legions figures there. So I'm taking the Vogue because of the wings, obviously, and I had the Owit figure there because he has the legs with the pants on, and Hudson has a sort of an orangey pants that he wears. So bit of paint work there, and also the Owit head, the ogre head, has that sort of Hudson look to him. Has a pointy ears and a bit of a beard, and no hair at the back, mind you. But yes, that's one custom I'm gotten the work so far.
Hold the head up again.
That's the angry head.
That is cool. I got him coming in. Should be here Tuesday.
I think all the angry gargoyle heads look awesome, but
they do.
You really have to. I mean, depending on how you display stuff. I mean, I usually like to display my stuff in a display, not just static poses where they're just sitting there. So it takes up more room as it is. And since there's only two villains right now between Thanos and not Thanos.
Well, because they're gargoyles there, so you can have them static during the day and doing a pose at night.
Come on. I ain't got that much time on my hands.
Oh, indeed.
Well, mine are just going to be fishing line from the ceiling. I'm going to be able to put them with the wings out. So
I don't mind the wings. And their wings are big, but you can make them so they stagger. I think the people that complain about the wings being too big, like what you're getting.
Yeah.
But if you stagger them,
I've seen a few people. They take a bit of a hot air gun to the wings and they
soften
you can do that.
Close them in.
You can do it. I just don't know how.
I don't like altering. I mean, I don't do customs other than like pop and swap. But I don't like altering stuff because if I ever want to package it up, like the 3 Valaverse that I just sold today, I can repackage it, throw them all in there. And nobody.
Oh, hello there, little boy.
We have another
Roman wants to join. Roman is trying to join.
Say hi.
My channel is totally pet friendly. They have a tendency to steal the show.
Yeah.
He's a good boy.
Hopefully mine is somewhere else.
There you go, buddy. All right. Thank you for having me on. I'm going to take off. Take care of him. It's nice meeting you guys. Like, it's crazy to put a face to Thanos Copter and figuratively speaking and everything. Like, it's, I've seen Pain before, and I've seen
I'm hanging around everywhere.
Yeah, I know. I was making the jokes with you before about like you're everywhere. Of course, I was hoping you would get the joke that if I'm seeing you on every stream, that means that I'm also on them.
Yeah, I know.
And you did, because I know some people they get angry, and if you ever watch how I am, I'm pretty nice, but I also will say what's on my mind, so it tends to upset some people. Where I took a few jabs on Monday at someone, and then I watched his video and I was on it.
Hey, you know what? That's just the way it is. If somebody has a problem with what you're saying, that says more about them than you.
Yeah,
you're allowed to have your opinion.
It was just funny that you take a few jabs at a couple people because of how they have become, and then all of a sudden you watch their video and you're like third on their video about CoverGirl, and you're like, doesn't change how I feel though. Like,
right.
Everyone has their opinion and their feelings are as valid as yours, but not everybody's going to like the same things.
No, I agree. And you know what? If we all like the same things, it'd suck.
Yeah. So I'm just like, you know what? You can like it or not like it. Not my problem.
I said that.
Go ahead, Lawrence.
No, I've said that before. Like when I talk, when you meet people and they're like, well, we're just not the same. I'm like, well, that's good because I don't want another complete straight edge asshole like myself. All right. And I don't, like you meet a girl and they're like, we're just too different. You like skateboarding. Well, good. I don't want you with me. That's my time. All right. I don't want you with me anyway. All right. Like,
yes, like Batman. You skate alone.
Yes. Except for Batman keeps having little kids around him all the time and put him in danger.
I agree. Yeah.
Anyway, I am gonna get out of here.
All right, man. Have a good one.
Good journey, man.
Take care, guys.
Until next time.
See you later, brother.
But yeah, the reality is people show up to your video with their opinions already made. They're just looking for you to either reinforce or like yell at you.
Yep. Tell you why your opinion isn't right.
Or they want contrarianism. There's not an in between for whatever reason.
I appreciate the differences of opinions because sometimes that opens my eyes to things maybe I didn't think about because of the way I think.
It's one of those thinking skills that a lot of people like glance over. Oh, I don't.
Yes, you see that in hospitals all the time. You have another opinion there, Dr. Robota.
So it's just The other thing is you got to have thick skin if you're going to put yourself out there. But most of them won't put themselves out there, other than to be keyboard warriors and whatever.
It's true, as we all learned tonight. It's a lot different when you're just opening yourself up.
Mm-hmm. Really give a piece of yourself to the world.
Yeah.
Right?
It's a permanent piece of yourself, okay?
Unless you can fulfill the MOQ.
Yeah.
Right.
Look at John sitting there flexing with that figure.
Right, just showing it off, especially since you've joined back now. He's got
he's got to rub it in harder.
Stratos wings with the blue.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man.
Well, let me tell you, my wings are better. And he's got wings on his wings.
His wings for days.
Yep. This will be my lunar character, kind of like a bad guy version of Sunman. Oh,
so is that the other one?
Off and put him on my Stratos, but
you have also.
Okay.
Am I the only person? Are me and Oz the only persons that don't have them?
I have the version you and Oz have.
I have both versions of Stratos, though. The naked one, everybody calls him naked, and the Filmation-looking fellow.
John's got both of them.
See. Oh, wait.
But I'm getting my Masterverse one soon, like I
was gonna say,
fantastic Chris there.
Chris
that's
is
a good
showing
one.
off the biggest flex because that's the best.
I actually want to get. If anyone finds that figure at Target for $8, since they were having the clearances, let me know, because I'll have a little extra flex room.
Don't worry about this, sir.
Later.
I can get one for you, and I'll strip it out with those total figures when I finish.
Okay.
When they buy on
if it's cheap.
not to worry, sir.
Okay.
As you were.
Thank you. Yeah, that Sunman is amazing. I love him.
Is.
I may have an extra
Big
one
thanks
of
to
those
Quip.
in one of my boxes.
in the net.
So
I
I'll look.
All right.
I had my Sunman pre-ordered with Target forever.
It's still on pre-order. It's so weird.
I got one from Amazon, so I canceled that one. But literally, I had to go into Target.
Well, those wings are lovely.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was Thursday. I had to go stop and get something, and they had a Sunman sitting there. Now he was still
Wow.
price, but you can get them online for clearance.
I kind of wish on the Masterverse version, the waist extra armor came off. I wish it wasn't actually attached to the buck, because that on the because you can take the armor and the wings and put it on Origins, and it looks really nice. But that waist would look really nice.
Cut it.
Because it would look really like long on
Things
them.
removable if you have an X-Acto knife.
Well, yeah. Well, with that one, you have to actually remove the waist because it goes all the way up into the pin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It basically slips over the pinhole where they attached. Yeah.
I have to take a look at that before
I watched Hebrew take apart. It was some other figure where it had the same thing.
Yeah.
Hold up that new day.
That was a really cool line. I wish
I need that one just for the colors, like the pink and blue. I love it.
That's one of the only ones I want from that line that I couldn't find, and I'm not willing to pay.
Yeah, there's a couple I want.
It's one of the most expensive now. I mean, I just never found them in store, and I wasn't able to order online like crazy at the time. I wish I was, because I definitely would have tried to get more into. I loved the gimmicks. I loved the ideas behind it, and just
one day I have to get a sergeant to slaughter, though. He needs to be like a army general in my Eternian army.
Yes, I got him in my collection there. You've got to have the Sarge in the collection somewhere.
Oh, this Masterverse pig head there. My only complaint on that figure is how rubbery the mace is.
Yeah, it's a little softer plastic.
Yeah, I worry about the tip of that kind of warping over time.
Yeah,
I
figured that
saw
was
it coming.
too. But now I've got the name remembered. That was the important part.
Yeah. Oh, let me get rid of that in the chat.
What's going on there tonight?
Yeah. But you definitely made it off, because now you're getting the robots.
There we go.
I was gonna say, yeah, man. All I had to do was
I
say
get to
open
flex my
tonight.
power.
Do it, bud. Do it with authority.
Oh, that felt so good.
Block.
Did you get to flex, bud? Does that feel better?
Yep. Oh, I am spent. Anyone got a Dang it! Wait, mine.
What? There's another
Anyone else? Anyone else? Or as Rap says, gee, I sure hope there's more of them.
Oh, good gravy.
I guess it looks like there's a few of those fellows in the chat there.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what?
No, they're
Gotta
gone.
tell you, I really
Well, that's new.
appreciate it, because the fact that people are trying this hard to do something to my stream makes me feel even better. Here it is. Now, 3 in one night, I'm a star.
I'm surprised the person had a face, though. That's what was like,
Yeah, they actually showed themselves this time.
right?
Right. They had a little bit of conversation. That was.
I appreciate
But
it.
the second he was talking, his voice sounded like when the first person started spamming that one word. I was like, that voice sounds familiar. And then I was like, oh, I knew it.
Right.
Yeah.
Anyways, so I found out something really neat. Might be gross to some people, and I thought it was gross myself until I tried it. A spoonful of peanut butter in your coffee. It's so good. It's a little nutty, but no, it tastes so good.
Don't like coffee, but you're killing my peanut butter though.
See, I saw that kind of coming.
Cool, Basil. This coffee tastes like it's a little nutty.
Yep. That's what I was going for.
Well, we're a nutty bunch indeed.
So yeah, so something else really weird. As I was sitting here dry brushing my Battle Panther, I was like, he looks a lot lighter. And then I put him next to my Flocked Panther. I'm like, he's still dark as crap.
Yeah.
That's okay.
What the heck? I'm gonna have to do it again.
Well,
yeah, he can do.
They have a Vallejo has it's basically their base purple, and it works perfectly for that color Panther. I mean, I had to do some minor with a little bit of white and a little bit of black to give it some depth, but
I took this color I have. I don't know if it'll focus here or not. And I mixed it with the current color I was using before because I was worried this might be a little too late. But now putting this on, I might just dry brush this on top.
Dry brush that directly because that looks like
because this is perfect purple.
Because what you have is you have something that's closer to violet than purple.
You guys probably should remove that.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Quite an adventurous night.
Banhammer.
I know, right?
I'll be right back.
Man, normally I don't get this kind of attention.
Popular.
Ooh.
Yes, it's the first I've seen of this.
It's Saturday Night Fancy.
Esoteric coming in here, mentioning again, saying hi.
Good
Welcome
evening.
back. I know we already saw you once earlier tonight. So
I see you had some CGI Master of the Universe there before, Allison. How are you finding that line there?
I quite like it. I got it. I mean, like it's obviously Origins is sort of where most of my Motu is right now, but I'm quite, like they're good toys. They're not obviously quite collector in mind, but like they're sort of they're playable, they're durable, and that one's gonna look pretty cool when I slice it up.
I was surprised at the level of articulation there. There was more than I expected when I opened the He-Man figure up there. Well, the blister was coming away from the card, you might say. So I had a look at him. Because I thought, it was just the arms and the legs, like your vintage figures.
Yeah, they're nice. I mean, like I can get exactly why, like what they're going for. Like they're really chunky, like and durable. Like unlike sometimes even with Origins, if they fall off the shelf, I'm worried it's gonna like.
Yes, I've seen the knee joints sometimes break, and
I will tell you from experience, from all the times Orko has tipped over my entire shelf, which has been a lot. I have not had a single. In fact, like I've even had. I'm trying to think of which He-Man it is. He fell on the floor, got caught under the wheel of my chair, and then when I went to scoot back, he dragged across the floor. So, like, his axe is all scraped up. I think it's this one. Yeah. His axe here is all, like, kind of scraped up on the paint. But he's been dropped numerous times, and he is still amazing.
Still watching fit.
And still, like, sturdy.
Every time somebody says we miss action features on toys. There we go. One more time, Natalie.
Yes, it's good they're doing their best to keep the action features. I know the CGI line has that spring back.
Yeah, I like the
CGI.
I don't know.
Been trying
well,
with
the thing
Origins.
is,
these Hasbro
Origins, no matter what, has to, and I've said it multiple times before, so I'm sure to say it quickly. Origins has to keep their main feature in of the entire line, which is swappable parts.
Yep.
Now they can fit in stuff for the fans here and there to sacrifice some but like they still need, for the most part, maybe it's a certain percentage, they need to have that pop and swap feature because that is what's promoted with the entire line.
And not only that, but it helps them keep the costs down because of the shared tooling. Like,
right?
Yeah.
I mean,
while I like, I think it's my Flying Fist He-Man. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
That body sculpt from the early Motu stuff. I mean, that was why it was the way it was, because it saved them. They could keep using the same basic outside buck forever. I mean, it was cheaper.
Good idea there.
and I'm, like honestly, like Motu was one of, obviously it was a big toy line for me in childhood. I was never super thrilled with the articulation as a kid. Like I always, sort of the rubber holding the limbs in, and sort of the way they always
heads.
Yeah, and just the bow-legged leg, like it just always was inelegant. So I didn't always, and like Mechaneck was one of the coolest figures visually, but I always hated that he had limited posability. Like if you wanted the feature to work, great, but if you wanted to use them for anything else, tongue
he ended up a bit twisted there, you might say.
Cobra Con, and then of course everyone's Cobra Con got that musty smell because of all the water, because nobody cleaned that out properly. So like I get sort of the like we miss the action features. I definitely understand that for some people that was, and I think if I were a kid I would miss them, but as an adult collector, like I like the swappability. I like the fact that I need 17 tongue lashers so I can make a snake man, like make all these different snake men in my wall. Like, so I think it's kind of hard, I think, because it's like there are people really caught up on sort of the memory of that action feature, and then there are the rest of us who want the swappability, the posability, and there's not really a way to do both.
No.
So,
honestly, like it would
give eventually
since
to accommodate the pop and pop.
I
don't know if this would be the best idea for them as a company, but speaking as a fan, this would be a cool idea. Is figures they really want action features for, have a Mattel Creation special version of the figure that has the action feature.
They'd have to do
with whatever swap parts they can.
There's that, but there's also like for instance, Cobra Khan is like a pretty he's like A-list character. So we've gotten this one that doesn't have any action feature to him. It's completely swappable. There's no reason they couldn't come back later when we need Cobra Khan because we need more A-list characters. There's no reason they couldn't go back and do a deluxe Cobra Khan where they give him that action feature. So
I see the Dragon Blaster Skeletor. They've included the water pumping.
Yeah.
Well, the thing they could have given him a backpack.
Big shout out to
Daisy. They did with Snout Spout. They could have done something like that for him.
Yeah, I mean there are ways they could have gone about it. So but they didn't. But also, I think like Snout Spout. Honestly, let's be frank. Snout Spout. That's the one release you're getting with Snout Spout. You're not going to re-release him in different deco and call him Hose Nose and get. He's not
crazy
that big of a character. Whereas Cobra Khan, you can literally like. How many of us rushed to Mattel Creations to get Camo Con? How many people?
Crazy idea. What if they did a Camo Con or Cobra Con head with the hood, but the hood was made out of like a hollow kind of that plasticky rubber, and where you can squeeze the back of the head in the hood, put it underwater, draw in water, put the head on the figure like you would any other figure, and then you basically just squeeze. You grab the figure by his like a torso, and you use your thumb to press into the back of his head to squeeze that like water out.
That would definitely, and that would be a way for them to do it with limited tooling, because then you just need the new head. You don't.
Yeah, it's just a head. It wouldn't be a lot of water. You'd get like 2 or 3 squirts out of it, maybe, but still, like it would still be there.
I suspect
and you just make the back of the head bigger.
Different, you see. it would be a bit of a rotocast to make the head hollow.
Yeah.
I mean,
and just put the little spray nozzle thing inside of the mouth.
They haven't done it.
And have the porthole at the very bottom, so that it draws all the like water down into the like bottom, so you can like press and apply pressure to squeeze it out.
Well, I mean, like, what would Rio Blast be without action figures?
Right, and that's why we don't have Rio Blast. Why he's going to probably be one of the very last figures we got, because there's so little. You know, like when people like obviously, like I'm really caught up on the concept of the tooling and stuff. And I'll ruin the Rio Blast breakdown video I'm going to do at some point on my channel, but it's the problem with Rio Blast is there is so little reuse for anything from that figure. Even if they go in and do Filmation Kernel Blast, which was the Filmation version of Rio Blast based on early production, even if they do sort of the original Fire Blast Fan, I think was the original concept of him, that became Kernel Blast, that became Rio Blast. Even if they were to do all three of those figures, the tooling is so limited between even those concepts that like it's not quite going to work.
I think
you know,
I think maybe a way they could do it to cut down on some of the tooling, and obviously it would probably make some people upset, but you can't make everyone happy, but maybe clip-on gun attachments that you just literally clip around the like legs and the torso. The torso part can still flip down because the Hurricane Hordak and stuff. They can still reproduce that, but just like little clip-on pieces.
The Buzzsaw Hordak, the one that I have, the version that I have, that open empty chest plate, you could pop down.
I mean, one way Kernel Blast, for instance, they could easily use a bunch of the Buzzsaw Hordak tooling. They would need like a new head, and then a few of the strategic pieces from Rio Blast and Horde Trooper. Like you combine those three figures, and you could get Kernel Blast. So he's pretty easy if they're able to do Filmation characters.
Well, indeed, as Green said there, we have the Buzzsaw Hordak so far with the belt chest, and then we have Snake Face with the two little panels of snakes.
So it's definitely possible. It's just
maybe he might be a Mattel Creations figure.
Yeah, I think
because of the tooling.
Maybe
you had the legs too. I think the legs had guns that popped out and so forth.
Yeah, he has just so much, and it's like I think. I mean, obviously the demand's there. Fans want him. It's not like but I
never had the figure. I never saw him as a child, but looking at him now, I definitely want him.
Yeah, we had him.
I think he's cool.
It was really limited. He was toward the end of the line.
I might get a few of them towards the end, depending on how he's sold, and do like some custom, like a sheriff and a deputy, and make some like outlaws. That'd be kind of cool.
My personal opinion, where Mattel sort of was short-sighted, was when they made Buzzsaw Hordak. When they made his torso piece, my opinion is they really should have done it so where that drop-down panel, where the Horde emblem would have clipped into that, so that they could just use like that pop-open chest for anything.
Mm-hmm.
Just made like almost like how they did the battle armor and classics. And if they had done that, we probably would already have Rio Blast, because then there are a few pieces they could borrow from the WWE friends. I mean, it's not going to be an exact match, but like the John Cena James top, you could reasonably throw that in if you gave Rio Blast like a belt with bullets on it. There are ways they could sort of limit the new tooling needed. There's a way they really could have limited it if they would have sort of, when they did Buzzsaw Hordak, sort of looked really far into the future to like.
I suppose what they could do, you see, with most of the Masterverse line, they don't really have those action feature gimmicks. They're more just attachments that plug on and so forth. So I suppose if they had little ports, maybe on his legs and on his chest, they might include those extra spare pieces that you just sort of plug in.
They could easily go how they did them in classics, and like that would. But I think
Oh, I haven't seen the classics version.
Yeah, the classics Rio Blast, like they could go that route. It would be cool, but I think for too many people, that action feature is what defines him. And I don't know that it's like Snout Spout. They had to include that water feature somehow because he doesn't. There's not really a point. Like Cobra Con without the feature still works. Tongue Lasher without the feature still works. Tongue Lasher they can turn around with various horde parts and do the filmation tongue lasher really easy. Just paint that head red. But you're really limited with Snout Spout. So if he doesn't have the action feature, he's just not. There's no point in the character.
Well, see, we never got that flip motion used to get in all the vintage figures until we came to Thunder Punch He-Man there to try and make a way of getting around that thunder punching feature.
Should have went the other way. Instead of going straight through that door, they should.
So yeah, I mean, like I think we'll get Rio Blast if the line goes long enough. He's going to be toward the end of the line because of the tooling he needs, and like they're not going to get a lot out of him. So he'll be one of those ones that they slide in. Like even technically Snout Spout, like Boots.
He will most likely end up being a Mattel Creations because they'll probably be a made to order because
I think.
That they'll need enough of that order, that MOQ quality to justify that tooling, because that's not going to be a small amount of tooling.
Yeah, of the figures left, like from vintage, he makes the most sense to do as a Mattel creation. As much as that sucks for a lot of the fans who like, I know there are a lot of people who just don't have access to Mattel creations. Like, I wish there was a way to fix that because, Mattel also has to. There's no reason for any of the, in my opinion, for any of these figures on Mattel Creations to sell out quite as quickly.
No.
Like Grizzlor Grizzlor, the made to order thing was perfect. I don't understand why they haven't done that again, unless they're going to make more Grizzlors. I mean, like Wondar. Why did they have the made to order window? It makes perfect sense if you actually think about it, because what were they making around the time that they made more Wondars? They were making this He Skeletor.
Yeah.
So see the first Wondars we got, they had sticky tape on the coming off the blister there, and one fellow he got a wrestler's head in place of the Wondar head, and I saw another fellow there. He got 2 rolls of bubble wrap in a bag, and his Mattel Creations sticky label slapped on the side of it, but no Wondars.
That's lame.
Oh, crazy about the number of things happening there.
Looking at Rio Blast right now, I'm looking at the vintage figure. So how the legs pop down, they're kind of on that little hinge.
Yep.
So you could make that into, if you put a strap around where the hinge is, so you can snap it together onto the back of the leg.
Yeah.
That could totally be a piece you add on, and it could still flip up. You might have to maybe clip the guns on, or maybe looking at the picture here. I'll actually share the picture with you, Oz, so you can also see it. Maybe put it up on the.
So I did this last night there. Shooting from the hip there, you might say.
Yeah. That should bring it. Yeah. Okay. I'll give you this one. And then that should be good.
Are you presenting screen yet there, bud, or?
No, I sent them to you in DMs.
Wait.
Sorry.
Oh, my bad. I'm sitting here waiting for share screen.
My bad. No.
All good.
I could do that if I was on not my phone. Anytime I touch my phone, it seems to. Oh, you actually have it.
Up there. Oh,
this one's
Thanos
beat up, but
yeah.
The big gun. But
yeah.
So I have him also there, Thanos Sculptor, but he's missing all his flippy out parts. You see.
So the way the leg there
parts busted off, but
the way the leg, that brown part kind of slings down, if there is just a strap attached going to the back of the leg, that could just be a clip-on part.
yeah.
And the gun,
it slots in right there.
yeah.
Indeed,
Now for the gun part, there is a lot of brown plastic under that red blaster. So if they took out the brown plastic and just had the blaster there, you could still flip that up and it would still be covered enough by the leg where you wouldn't have to hollow out maybe cavity for the leg, so you could just use an actual standard leg. For the guns, obviously, it would just be blasters he would hold in his hands. I don't think, or maybe he'll have special hands that you can clip on that'll have, like he would come with the hands that are like that where you can flip them backwards, and then have hands plug in that are normal.
His arms can be reused for plasma from the 1988 lawsuit. So the arms do have a couple reuses that they could do. So the arms.
Okay. So it's really pretty much the legs, isn't it then?
The legs and the chest that are.
Well, the chest cavity would be. They probably just reuse Hordak and just make the chest cavity bigger for the port opening part.
Yeah, they would have to. Well,
since they like to.
He kind of
mess around with that sizing anyways.
Less plastic with all those cavities in there, like you see in the Transformers figures. They have a lot of hollow spaces.
Yeah, I mean it's like less plastic. It's just the new tooling. And for the Hordak chest, they've got all the sculpted details around the sleeves.
Nice.
I mean,
do it, Mattel. Do it. Do it.
Hopefully, we don't get copyright for that.
Everybody uses that sound on the internet.
Okay.
So I mean, they could use the thing. I mean, definitely they could use the Hordak and save the thing. The problem with it is you've got that certain segment of fans who are going to complain that it's the sculpt of the, it's not quite right because he does have sort of the fur, I don't know if it's fur or whatever, but around the shoulder, that's part of the sculpt. So there are going to be people who complain about that and It's weird because Mattel, they obviously pick and choose which ones they're willing to take a little fan blowback about, but I don't know, especially if they need to do Rio Blast as Mattel creation, I don't know how much they're gonna want to sort of mess around with that. But
I forget which mini comic it is, but there's a mini comic where Skeletor is spying on, I think, like Prince Adam and all of them, or the palace, and he has these gold goggles, this headgear, and I swear it's sculpted after this, because it looks so similar to it, except it's just gold.
Yeah.
So every time I see Rio Blast, I think of that comic panel, and I always wanted those goggles for a figure.
That would be, they just need to do, I mean, some fans aren't going to be satisfied unless we get the entire vintage line again. And Mattel has, they obviously realize that it's not, we're just in a different, when, as much guff as we can give Scott Nutlick, he at least communicated with us in a way Mattel doesn't currently, which there were times where Scott shouldn't have communicated because he was not very
he
made
something if you zoom in here for a minute, they also.
But Mattel,
yes, sir. Bear with me.
If he's random, the lion's not dead, we'll give you more toys.
So my buddy was saying there, if they had a little attachment thing you put on the legs there, you can just attach a little gun piece there. Yes, I played around with that last night. I was trying to figure out
how to
plug his gun in there properly, and I was like, that can't be right. He'd be shooting from the hip there, you might say.
I need to get a second one of him so I can put a holster on his other leg.
Yes,
it's that symmetry. It's that freaking symmetry side of me that it bothers me when there's the whole one shoulder armor thing doesn't bother me as bad. it does a little, but like holsters, I would feel naked not having it on both.
Just having one of Rio Blast's,
Yeah, I mean,
upper thigh pieces, and then just having a bit of a plug-in gun, as it were.
Yeah, no, I wonder, there's the whole fan side where it's like, well, he's not right. I'm just not going to buy him at all. Like, they have to sort of weigh that thing.
None of the figures are right. None of the figures in Origin are like the vintage. They're all brighter. They're all like half of them don't like. That logic is.
Oh, agreed. Like
not for like the people that complain like that. It's just I get why you're angry, but like that's not what they're trying to do. That's never what they were trying to do.
I get why they're,
as they say, they don't make them like they used to.
I get disappointed about toy. I get the disappointment.
Oh yeah.
When people get really angry about it, it really baffles me. Like
yeah.
Like you getting angry doesn't.
Here's the thing. Technically, we aren't the audience.
Yeah.
Not with mass-produced stuff. We aren't the intended audience.
I like the first He-Man and Skeletor. Obviously, not the same as vintage. I still loved them. Like I saw them and I was like, "Oh my god!" I was so excited, even though they were a little.
Dude, Thanos. When I first got my standard He-Man with that head that everyone hates, I'll bring him up here.
On the first one, then.
I honestly, I didn't even see the vintage head. I didn't even care. I held this figure. Well, obviously it was on this body here, but like I held this figure in my hand. I at like 34 years old, I think. Yeah. At the time, I cried. I cried holding this in my hand. I was like, I have not held a He-Man figure in like 30 years. Yeah.
It still gets me.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I like the new stuff too.
I wasn't at all gonna do Origins. I got the PowerCon She-Ra. And then they announced that they were gonna do a regular She-Ra and Origins. And I'm like, well, let me look at those. And then I'm like, well, I'll just buy. And it was around the time they were no longer a Walmart exclusive and they had Amazon. And I'm like, well, let me get Evelyn and Tila. And they were all like $14.99 at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, well, let me just go ahead and like. So I just ordered all of them because that's what we do. And it was actually I got all of them because it's Amazon, and it was still during the. Well, sort of the tail end of lockdowns, but because of that, like everything showed up like within 24 hours, except He-Man. It took about a week to get He-Man for some reason. But as I opened, like, and as a kid, I didn't ever have Man-at-Arms and Beastman and all of those were like my brothers.
A room and a half.
It was just like my first ones, and it was really exciting to have that Beastman who was so close to a vintage, and he was actually mine this time, and I wasn't sharing him with my brother. Because as a kid, my first two were Tila and Zodak, and then Evil and Manny Faces.
And then when Origins first came out there, I wasn't too bothered with it. I never really got in with the crowd, but then I saw online they had that the He-Man that my buddies showed up there before, and the open mouth Skeletor. So I said, "Oh, well, I'll just get those two," And then
it's never just those two.
We've got a whole raft of these figures in my collection now. I was only going to get two.
Even I wasn't doing Origins, and then I got the Flying Fist He-Man and the Skeletor, and then now I'm not going to get them all.
That's how they get you.
No.
No. I've got other lines.
Not going to get them all.
So I got the ones that I wanted.
As many as I have, I'm actually missing quite a few. But like, there's some that I'm okay not having.
The dark path forever will it dominate your destiny? Consume you, it will.
I'm good. I've got plenty of indies to keep my money occupied elsewhere.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm missing a few. Like I'm missing that Prince Adam and He-Man and the Lords of Power from the beginning, but
yeah,
they've released versions of those. I'm happy, sort of with the. I need a mini comic Prince Adam. Like I don't like the pink vest one.
I'd rather
I'm
like
kind of pretending those sets don't exist.
If that works.
I really want the Lords of Power 5-pack, and I'll probably eventually be like, okay, I'm just gonna spend way too much money on this.
Right. I don't like. I go
That's
back.
how I felt about 00 Snake Eyes. I didn't want it. I don't like Snake Eyes, but that urge to have that complete.
It's not the urge to complete. I really like the Skeletor and the Man-at-Arms from that set. Like, if they released them slightly different color, single carded, then I wouldn't care about that.
Well, and I like the diorama piece that came with that Snake Eyes. The little that was cool.
I like the packaging.
Yeah. The rest of it was cool. It's the Snake Eyes. He doesn't do much for me. Never has. I like the Commando Snake Eyes. 82. Give me 82 black Snake Eyes. Nothing fancy. That's my Snake Eyes.
I'll say this: if you ever want to get rid of one of your Snake Eyes, I'll take one.
You don't have any extras on Snake Eyes.
You don't.
I did not.
I thought you were saying you were like swimming in them.
No. There's just 9 versions of them.
Oh, okay.
There's 9.
I was like, if you got, I'll take one because, like, my ideal, like, I do love G.I. Joe, and I was going to dip into the line before.
I dipped my
Origins.
toes roughly into the line, all thanks to the Mega J and who's that other fellow, the Mad Hatter reviews fellow there. They got me into the G.I. Joes again, so I got a few there, and also got me into the Mythic Legions. Oh, my poor purse. All the gold going out.
I
would love
Brick and untold numbers of people now for my Mythic Legions problem.
Well,
I know what John has.
I smell the cooking coming from the ovens there.
Look at what John has.
John.
Adam and Brick for the AWOC.
Oh my goodness.
John, what do you got there? What?
What's
going on there?
Yeah, don't open that from the wrong side.
He got the wrong side.
Yeah. That is such a gorgeous pack.
That is cool.
I will be getting that ugly snake armor Man-at-Arms just to repaint that chest piece.
Right.
You know,
and I'll keep the cannon.
Thanos brought his dog.
And then I'll get an extra Eternian guard and swap his head.
It's buttholes and dogs night, okay? Let's just get it over with.
Right. Buttholes and puppies.
Ooh, wait, there's more.
Vintage.
The vintage one.
That's cool.
Very
nice. One of those for forever.
Not in that good a shape that
yeah.
I've seen them, but they're like all falling apart these days.
Yeah.
Yes, I saw one for sale over here recently. Too much for my purse.
I want those so bad, like the 2 vintage ones that they came out with.
Well, also, like I said before, there I hear I smell the cooking. I came from the kitchens there, and I better sign off, I think, and turn into the night.
Okay.
But yes, thank you for having me on the channel there. And,
Go see what the old
night and
Eternian chef is making.
Absolutely.
Yes, it smells pretty good. All right.
Hopefully, Cringer hasn't. Nope, there we go.
That was my fault. It was a little premature. I apologize. I wasn't trying to.
I was just like, get out of here.
Finger click.
I was like, bye. God.
Oh, my back. Oh, it's been for a while there. All right, cheerio.
All right.
Good
Well,
night,
Later, man.
Well, because I have to get some sleep because I have my oldest boy is doing driver's training tomorrow.
Oh my goodness.
Lord, you are.
Oh, good luck.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to that. That's a little stress and tension I don't need.
Wrap yourself in like a bubble wrap.
Yeah, we'll see how that works out.
Like that little kid from the little Giants movie.
Yeah.
Come like walking up all.
Get an airbag. Deploy the airbags prematurely. Save myself.
My mom said it wasn't enough padding. He comes walking up all wrapped up in bubble wrap. Oh, that's great.
All right. Well, you guys have a good night.
Later, Aaron.
See ya.
Well, Aaron.
See y'all later.
So some people may notice they have new permissions on my channel and have been deputized, just so it's a little easier for me not having to do things here. But you do a fantastic job. But apparently,
Yeah, no, the extra help
a little
is
more popular now. So
right.
But I do appreciate.
Actually, I had to click back on the stream and see if I missed anyone.
I know. I was like distracted while I was doing all that, so I had to keep looking back to see if anything crazy was going on in the chat there. But I appreciate all of my newly appointed deputies.
I don't know. It's hard though, just talking origins and not pleasing people. Do we look at toys for what we get or what they're not? You know,
right?
Exactly. You know,
I'm always happy with every figure I've gotten. There isn't an origin figure there isn't an origin figures I've gotten that I was angry with what I got. I mean, obviously, do I wish the chest piece on Battle Armor He-Man was like wider? Yes, very much so. Do I wish I could still pop and swap the waist on figures like him and Flying Fist He-Man? Yeah. But does it make me hate the figure? No.
I think the Snake Trooper is kind of lazy. That head looks terrible on that body.
Right.
Yeah.
And we're getting 2 extra ones in the 3-pack, which I think is extra lazy. So
I kind of wish it was the Cobra. Maybe the in classics there was the version of Cobra Khan's head, but the mouth was shut.
Yeah.
Obviously, since they've used pieces from, when they did the resculpting for Cronus's head, that was from the classics head sculpt, just done a little differently. It's re-sculpted in a sense, and it looks uglier, but they could have done that with that version of the Snake Trooper that came with classics that had the extra head.
Yeah,
that head so much better.
They definitely should have done better for that, the 4-pack that's coming. For the Snake Trooper, I'm okay with it because that's literally the recreation from the lost 1988 wave. That's exactly what the figure would have been. So for that, I'm okay with it. Does it look great? No. It looks much better with the tongue lasher head in that armor. Literally, the tongue lasher head, you can put it on any of the snake bodies, and that's why I want a couple, so that I can just give them all a tongue lasher head and then just paint them very
Yeah.
It looks really
I'm more annoyed with how many extra He-Mans I'll have.
Yeah, I'm not happy.
I kind of wish He-Man wasn't a packed-in figure.
But,
I have one custom I will do with him, with that figure, but, they should have added another Cobra Khan, that blue figure, but just red. Because one of my original plans was to get 2 sets of them. And on one with the green and the red Snake Man, I was going to swap around the arms and the legs. So we had a red chest, green arms, and green legs. And the other figure had a green chest with red arms and red legs. Just so all 4 of those figures look a little different.
Well, that pack would have
I would have been fine with that.
A 2000X Cobra Con, because all 2000X Cobra Con is the hooded head and some gold paint and a different gun. So it's like that.
Ooh. And then for the Rat Lord chest on the blue one, add in his armor from classics.
I would have had no.
I want that armor so bad.
4 complete, kit bash repaints. It's just the He-Man to me is I'm obviously going to get it, but it's the difference between me getting one sets and then getting more than one. If there had been
that set for me, I'm waiting for clearance
that had
because
been
of the price too.
Snakes, then I probably would have got 2.
Oh yeah.
Get the 1, and we'll see if the clearance is to get more because I just don't, like I bought a bunch of, and not that, I mean, if it were like V1 He-Man, where it's like you can pop the head off and then put any head on it, do a easy custom with it, then yeah, I wouldn't be so. It's just the 2000X designs are not as versatile as far as
Yeah.
Well, no, because they really had
Oh,
individual tooling, and their designs were completely separate. Where originally it was a buck system that was designed to mass produce as many toys as possible.
Yeah.
And reuse parts cheaply. So it was a much different thing when it came to the 2000X designs. But as far as getting, like, they could really just make blank, like slate characters, like we saw in Savage Crucible, or just even doing parts packs. We've all said it, like, release some torsos, release this, release that,
They could literally do oh, there we go.
I immediately looked over to my shelf and looked if anything fell.
Looking at you, Orko.
Right, I have an eye on them.
I mean, all they need to do is they could do call it create a character, monthly subscription. You get one full box of the monster, the human, a snake. Get whatever color they want. Give us 2 or 3 different sets of hands, a couple different boots, some generic looking armor, a couple generic heads, and different colors.
That's not a website. I don't know that they just operate.
Yeah, I mean, it's this, literally with the Snake Man, they could do a different bot, as we've learned with the Snake Trooper. They literally just put a couple different bodies, a couple different snake heads in different colors. And I would pay $30 a month to go in and create a character that way and just get it sent and then have extra parts to play with. I think they obviously are aware of sort of that, or they wouldn't, like you said earlier, but they wouldn't be sticking to, the exchangeability of the parts and the swappability of it. But it also feels like they're not quite achieving the full, going as far as they can go with that concept. There really should be, not just weapons packs, but part packs.
They've got
where is the head
right
pack?
there.
Yeah. Where's the head
Give
pack?
Give us one thing too. Give us a hands pack. I want Skeletor blue, both gripping hands. He-Man color, both gripping hands. A pair of green hands, both gripping for Men-at-Arms or anyone else. Give us a set of black hands or for Horde characters.
You could do even say a. I mean, I hate to, the name is obviously a super, but let's say an Ultimate Tila, and it's the very generic body that Mark Taylor initially designed that didn't have any sort of armor on it. And then all that armor that's always been sculpted was the armor overlay. So you do that. It's a generic female buck, which is missing, which is part of, I think, why we get more female characters, is because there's only the 2 bucks that are very distinctive. And give us that body. You could give us a vintage Tila head, a Filmation style head, a true 2000X style head. Because even the one with Zor isn't quite correct. It looks more like it's the Alcala head from when she's blonde in the Point Dread comic books. Except redhead again. But there's so much that they could be doing that would sort of hit a lot of sweet spots, because the potential is there already in this line. And it kind of baffles me a little bit that, this Snake 4-pack almost perfectly hits that, the ability of where this line could go. And then it just falls a little short by throwing that He-Man in. And then the Rattler head is just it doesn't quite look right on the Cobra Khan body.
Yeah.
No.
That head's designed for a long neck.
Yeah.
And you're just not getting it with those bucks. It doesn't work as well. Now, we have a question for the panel here. Of all the 80s tune series like this, which one do you think had the largest following? And of course, lists, some of the main examples: Motu, Thundercats, Silverhawks, Transformers, G.I. Joe, Mask, etc. We'll throw in like real Ghostbusters because they were another big popular one at the time.
I'd probably go with
Transformers. Because not only America, but in Japan too.
Yeah.
Well,
and
and Transformers just didn't go away.
Yeah.
No.
I was going to say
it's never really gone away.
Transformers has managed to reinvent itself and stay about as mainstream as you can really get.
I mean, it lulled, obviously, after G1 with the G2 toys and the oft-forgotten Machine Wars, but it was always on toy shelves.
It never stopped, It never stopped being on the toy shelves.
And there was almost always some version of the cartoon as well. Like what? There was like the Beast Wars, and then one of the early CGI cartoons on mainstream was Transformers, right?
One of the first things I did when I got into the internet was hunt down all the Japanese Transformer stuff, like the Headmasters and Master Force. I don't remember. Like I was big into Transformers for a long time. Like when the movie was out of print here in the States, I had it imported from Canada because I was just like, I want to watch this again.
Yeah,
it was a big Transformers.
I had watched some of the original kind of on reruns, but I didn't really get into it until Beast Wars, and that's just kind of my age and the time I was like watching shows and stuff.
I bought a set of the VHS, like someone had recorded them. I bought off eBay the full, like somebody had recorded Transformers.
That's awesome.
That first Transformers cartoon G1, I bought like the Sony release of season 1 and watched it and fell asleep every single time I tried to watch it. But as a kid, loved it. As a teenager, I was part of a fan dub cast for a short period of time for Victory.
Nice. That's cool.
I might say something a little controversial, but like I kind of like the theme for Transformers is iconic, but as a song, as a theme song, I don't like it. It sounds weird. It doesn't sound like it flows. It's like one person's trying to play a tune and someone is reading like a different script.
I actually watched a musician analyze that a while back, and he was saying there was like one note, like where it reloops, that wasn't the way it was actually like played out to be.
Now the show itself, like it, of course, I love Transformers. I have some, but like every time I hear the theme song, I'm just like, I don't like it.
The problem is I don't even think of the Transformers theme song as the Transformers song. It's usually You've Got the Touch that first pops in my head.
Right. We all go to the movie instead because the soundtrack for the movie was better.
Now see, when it kicks in where it's like Transformers, robot in disguise, like that part's great. But like the cartoon version of it, like here are the Autobots and Decepticons, blah, 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 blah. I can't really think of the actual lyrics off the top of my head, but like that part just doesn't, I don't know. It sounds weird.
Like they stole the same cadence from the G.I. Joe theme song and like tried to form fit it or something, and it just didn't quite line up. So
but yeah, I agree with the chat. Beast Wars was
well,
and like it had secretly introduced all this like depth and lore that you didn't really, I think, thought cartoons would have, maybe.
Right. It definitely was one of the more thought out. Well, I mean, by that point in time, they had gotten away from that individual episodes to introduce characters and sell more toys kind of thing. Like new rules had kind of been put into place.
It had a more story arc, like.
So yeah, to keep people watching, they had to have this flowing story arc. And I really appreciated that. That was a big changeover we saw going from the 80s into the 90s. But when it comes down to biggest followings throughout the 80s. I think Motu probably stayed to form the longest because you had its entire rise from 82 to 85.
Not should have gotten that sword.
And then it kind of waned off going into 86 and then died off in 87. Now, Transformers came out a little bit after that. And G.I. Joe came out a little bit after that. But I also think they were able to learn from what they had seen with Masters.
I feel
So
like
they were able to stick around longer. Because they definitely, I mean, heck, G.I. Joe's went from the 80s into the mid 90s before it took a little break from shelves. And that's only because G.I. Joe Extreme kind of killed it for people. They're like, I've been doing this 3.75 for years. These are awesome. What the crap are these 4-inch Ninja Turtle wannabes?
Right.
And
well, yeah, no, G.I. Joe definitely didn't really go away. It just had an awkward adolescent phase.
It did.
In the 90s.
Yeah.
It went rebellious teen, and we all said, go to your room.
Well, everything got extreme in the 90s. So
yeah, it did. Everything got extreme.
I think what happened with my take on the G.I. Joe thing is obviously sales were waning. But what saved G.I. Joe in the 80s, because it was the dead property pretty much, was Hasbro sort of went the Star Wars route with the 3 3/4. Many characters collect them all. And I think what happened was it was sort of the whole 3 3/4 as it was sort of dying out. And I think they sort of, around the time that G.I. Joe Extreme happened was at the time where it's like, and then Ninja Turtles, but even when Star Wars came back, it was still big and buff. And, you know, even Star Wars had that weird growing pains right in the beginning. And I think G.I. Joe, instead of sort of understanding that they just need to sort of stay stable with what their base was. Like they should have just stayed 3 3/4 and never changed that, not gone posability, because there's that stability. And it's like that's part of, I think, for a long time. I think some of the issues you're seeing, in my opinion, some of the issues with Star Wars right now is there are all these multiple scales from different companies. Like, you know, Hasbro doesn't really have, you know, the Black Series isn't consistently in stores anymore. Vintage Collection is not consistently in stores.
Right.
And they're all those sort of like 5-inch, like super playable figures, but those are really cheap looking. Like, I feel like even if sales are down a little bit, you know, for G.I. Joe with the 3 3/4, like I think if they just stayed, I think it would have been fine. They've obviously bounced back with Classified, but I think it took them having to go away from retail for a really long time to be able to reset that way.
When did Sigma 6 happen?
That was like 2004, 2005-ish. Because I actually really enjoyed the Sigma 6 figures. I liked that. I loved the Foot Locker. I'm a sucker for like extra accessories. So like the packaging being a Foot Locker that you could store everything in for the particular character you were buying. To me, I really enjoyed that.
I don't even know what that is.
That was a more anime styled to reflect the hip, or better. Again, it was like right after the Mike Young production, the 2000X He-Man came out. And then they did like G.I. Joe in a similar fashion. Like everybody was going more for that anime look because it was the more popular thing at the time in animation. And then the toys that they came out, they had like all these different accessories and like little, almost very Centurions-esque in some ways on the figures, because they had these spots where extra accessories could be plugged into different ports on some of the characters. And the packaging,
well, they were kind of
itself,
lanky like those too.
They were very lanky. They weren't quite 12-inch. I think they were like close to they were a weird scale that nobody ever does. I think it was like 10-inch or something like that because they didn't quite fit in with the others. So again, yeah, Star was asking here about Masters of the Universe predating Transformers. Again, it was something that existed in Japan probably around the same time. I'm not sure on the dates on that because I'm not as big into the history of Transformers. Check out Toy Connections, though. Ken's got the history videos. But it debuted in the U.S. Oh, go ahead, Chris, please.
I was going to say, Transformers in Japan was originally 2 different toy lines that were merged together.
Yeah, Guy
over
Clone
here.
and something else.
Yeah. And, well, they were Microman, the other ones.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yep.
Yeah. So they kind of just shoved them together. So there wasn't a Transformers lore or anything. There just was the toys.
Yeah.
Mhm.
The toy line here in the U.S. started 84. Yes, 84. Because I was going to think, which year did it start? It was like 84, and the cartoons and stuff came out that time. G.I. Joe, same thing. It was like they originally, because it was where he was also asking about the G.I. Joe starting way earlier, because the original 12-inch figures were out like in the 60s.
Yeah.
You know, that's why Mattel
That was the
doing,
original
like,
action figure.
yeah.
My dad had
Yep.
a G.I. Joe.
Mm-hmm.
Dated, you know,
They were
your
little-
dad's G.I. Joe dated your mom's Barbie while Big Jim was
Yep.
off doing
Because
things with animals in the wild.
weren't they Barbie doll scale?
Yeah, everything was 12-inch.
Yeah. Yeah, 12 inch. Okay.
Yep.
It was Barbies for boys.
Yep. You dress
Yeah.
them up in different military costumes, so it'd be a different branch of the military. Then later they started doing like the more Action Man stuff where it was like completely different, like not military anymore. Now he's going to be a deep sea diver, or
Yeah, because it was toward the end of the 60s, beginning of the 70s, sort of during Vietnam, when there was far less, there was anti-military sentiment. So
right. So in order to keep selling the toys, we got to change up what they are, and that was again like Big Jim came into effect. Like here are these adventure sets where he's, the Eagle set where we got the eventual Screech and Zor from, the Jungle set, which again it was originally a panther for Tarzan, then became the tiger in Big Jim, and then eventually became Battlefront and all.
Well, and
Because
even Big-
Mattel knows how to milk it.
Well, and Big Jim was even sort of Mattel trying to slide in there and get some of that G.I. Joe money.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Mattel is kind of a little. I mean, like there's a lot of. Obviously, She-Ra happened the way She-Ra happened because girls were buying Tila and Evil Lyn and really into the line, and they realized there was a market.
Yeah.
But also, Galoob released Golden Girl around the same time, and I cannot. Like there's all this. Because originally, She-Ra was just going
Oh, nice.
to Masters of the Universe.
Yeah,
And then the girls line got her.
I didn't
But
quite
nobody
get
talks
it.
about that. But I
Like, the
often
way they were
wonder if
laughing
they
in the
heard
video.
about Golden Girl coming along, and that's why they sort of pushed.
I
She-Ra
actually wish
into
these
the
figures would come
direction
back. Like they were really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely a line I feel like somebody should be picking up and redoing now. Like
That in like origin scale, that'd be so cool.
I still
With,
secretly hope Mattel does Origins for Princess of Power next year because it's the 40th
Yes.
anniversary, and I would love to
Right.
see them do Golden Girl like they did Rulers and Butterfly Woman, of course. Like they
I was
did.
gonna
Now,
say,
was-
we got Rulers of the Sun. Why don't we have any Butterfly women? I'm hoping that comes with more She-Ra.
I would hope next year with the 40th anniversary they do some. It would. Like they've suddenly stopped giving us anything from the Horde. Not that there's a lot of Horde left, but there's some significant Horde figures, especially when you look at Filmation.
You can also do zombie versions of a bunch of characters too.
Yeah, for the slime pit. But I think that's, next year it's like Eternia hits, but they're going to need something at retail. Slime pit,
Now,
Fright Zone, those are pretty friendly to retail spaces that exist right now. and give us some Powers of Grayskull starting the end of this year, beginning of next year, slide into Princess of Power and the Horde.
Is the Filmation She-Ra 40th next year too, or is that a year after?
Filmation She-Ra started in
85, wasn't it?
So see, here's the problem with Princess of Power toy line. All of Mattel always promotes it as like hitting in 1984 and always celebrates like, and 2014 was when they did the anniversary line. But Princess of Power, like other than She-Ra and Catra hitting a few markets right before Christmas of 84, the main line didn't come out until 85. Secret of the Sword came out in theaters sort of spring, summer of 1985, and that was back when movies often released regionally in waves. So it wasn't like it was everywhere in every theater in March. It just rolled, like it didn't even hit our theaters until I went and saw it like in June or July, and it's like I had already bought almost all the figures that were out at that point. And then this cartoon actually hit full syndication in all markets until the fall of 85, because I remember coming home from school and watching the 5-part Secret of the Sword on TV and being like, we just went and saw this at the movies. What kind of jip is this? How dare they release this on TV a few weeks later? And of course, now we all love that. So,
because I really think next year is going to be finishing up Snake Men along, like with the Eternia, since it is tied in so much to that story, and doing the Powers of Grayskull, but 25.
Yeah, well,
I really think they could hit hard on She-Ra and Horde.
You're weird though, because if you think about it, Snake Men, the Rise of the Snake Men started technically, even though nobody really got any of the figures until like the beginning of this year. They started shipping at the end of last year, so like late fall, early winter shipments were the Rise of the Snake Man. So at San Diego Comic-Con, we're going to see probably some Power of the Force. I would expect we see some sort of, because it was PowerCon, which is not going to happen with Mattel, obviously, but I would expect we'll see something from Mattel Creations that's Powers of Grayskull related, and there'll probably be some sort of tease about the Horde or Princess of Power. So,
well, and the end of the Frogmonger mini comic showed a little bit of New Adventures, I bet we'll see some of that too.
Yeah,
I'm hoping
because like there really isn't, besides the like dinosaurs and the creatures, there really aren't too many characters they could stretch out for the year
especially because like
that story.
The Snake Trooper, who else have we gotten from like Lord Grasp,
like maybe a half a year of that, and then the other half start doing She-Ra.
Yeah. So and that way if they spread it out right, they have A-listers, and then if they start sort of moving some of the New Adventures in there, then they can get in another He-Man and Skeletor or two. So like they have to be. Everyone sort of complained about Rulers of the Sun sort of taking slots, and it's like no, Rulers of the Sun allowed the line to go on because it's a really easy spot, because if you look at them, it's one body. Other than Pighead, they all use the same basic buck.
Yeah.
The original, the way Wyla designed the line, there's only like 4 different head sculpts. So other than armor, like they were able to really go in. I was surprised they did Duplico, because he was the only figure who had an original head sculpt. And the head sculpt they did for Duplico is not based on the actual prototype from the 80s. He had like like that curly, like Sammy Hagar mullet thing happening, like he was on his way to a Winger concert. So I would not be surprised if we see Duplico's head sculpt in some capacity and further down the line, because that is the only head sculpt they've done that's unique and didn't exist as a Ruler of the Sun. And once the 3-pack, but also like she signed a 2-year licensing agreement with them that ends in like September. So
Well, if we're gonna get butterfly women, they better step on it.
I
Now,
think we'll do a separate one for her because much like sort of He-Man and Princess of Power, Butterfly Woman is also kind of set up as a separate property.
right?
So they could go in and negotiate just for Butterfly Woman and the two characters that came out in that line. So, you know.
Right. So I was going to say right here, we have another question for the panel saying, can you guys name a toy line that's come out recently that could reach classic level besides Cosmic Legions and Mythic Legions? Seems like everything popular is from the 90s. Is there anything new that's got legs? And Adam stole the show right here. He said, I heard AWOC, Animal Warriors of the Kingdom. Absolutely.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's the only toy line I haven't picked up any yet, but just based on the way people are reacting to it, it seems like the only one right now that I feel like has the potential to hit really big.
There's a couple of
I
other
want that
ones
big gorilla figure.
Yeah,
the
Power
silverback with the blue and red armor. Oh, he looks so good. I think he's in a wave 2.
As a licensed toy collector, I couldn't name anything, but those AWOC toys do look great. But I'm going to take this moment to say, I'm going to bed. I'm old.
Chris, thanks for hanging out
guys.
again, man. It's been a pleasure.
See ya.
So AWOC's a big one. Savage Crucible, we'll see how well it goes. AWOC's just
think
shaping
AWOC's
up.
the full package, like story, the design, the revolution of how the articulation is. Like it's just all around. It hits everything.
Right. They're giving us something new and original in a, I say new and original, but anthropomorphic animals, not necessarily so new, but the way they've built it
I feel
makes
like
it feel all new.
I feel like there's a mythology there that a lot of I think Adam was talking about this on one of his streams about it, or one of the interviews he's done recently, where it feels like they're actually sort of building, like the way Larry Hama really built. I mean, the reason G.I. Joe in the 80s hit the way it did was you had Larry Hama writing that comic book for G.I. Joe like it was his property. Like he had created it whole, like it was all of his. It wasn't for a corporate, it wasn't for Marvel, it wasn't for Hasbro. He wrote that comic like it was his, like his personal thing. And I think that's a lot of what is missing from some of these reboots. I think for Masters of the Universe, I think it works because that the toy line has always been such a like throw it at the wall, see what happens. There's plenty of room for like headcanon. A lot of properties don't have that, but it feels like for AWOC, it feels like everything I've seen, everything I've read, they're really trying to make it fully formed so that you can take it and yes, go have your adventures, but there's a strong enough mythology for you to build on. So I'm watching it interestedly to see if I need to open like a whole new collection on my shelf because I'm not quite there yet.
AWOC is definitely the biggest that is currently out. And then, of course, Savage Crucible's probably right on its heels with being something that could potentially be equally as good. And then, of course, right now, Armies of Ashmore,
yes,
the Defenders of Eden property. That's again another one of the big things where they're trying to hit all the elements. We're getting lore with comics and everything, like really trying to build on it, and it just pushes all those right buttons to be one of the big properties from the 80s and what made these so good.
I'm interested to see how those come out when the figures are actually like starting to come out and people get them in hands.
If Origins and Masterverse wasn't hitting so hard for me, I would be getting those, like, hands down. Those look amazing.
Yeah, like, I've been eyeing them up for months now. Like, the first time I saw a post about them, and I can't remember what, think it may have actually been Facebook as opposed to Instagram. But I was just like, I had that feel of dino saucers, and I was like
Mhm.
looking at these dinosaurs, and I'm like, this is gonna be my next thing. Like, this is what I need. And then of course, I ended up getting pulled into Mythic Legions, and I'm like, ooh, okay, well, this makes me a little less scared of these. Of course, that price, yeah, it's still kind of scary because you're looking at that price, but I don't
Yeah.
know. I love, love, love what they're doing.
Now, something I notice, and like maybe it's just me and what I kind of hope, but as I saw with the um, Defenders of Eden figures and stuff, the Brachiosaurus is purple. The Triceratops, I think one of them is green, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I was just thinking, I'm like, ooh, if they bring out Dilophosaurus and a little pterodactyl and made him kind of brown, the colors totally make me think A Land Before Time. I wonder if there's any kind of inspiration of the coloring with the dinosaurs they pick.
Well, Matt said that up until people started telling him that these reminded him or reminded them of dinosaurs, he had never actually heard of them. He had no idea.
Really?
Yeah. So, like, even with that closeness to exactly what you're saying, nothing was intentional. Now, mind you, they're just going through with the paint masters now. So maybe whoever is more behind those. But I mean, again, comics and stuff like that he's put into this prior, it's shaping up to probably be I'm hoping what will be one of the next big toy lines that comes out. And I will continue to talk it up, and
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, it's just going to be really, really good.
Yeah, because
Defenders
the
of
second I
Eden.
saw that purple Brachiosaurus, I was like, it's Littlefoot. And the fact that that character was like a mage was also really cool.
I wanted to ask when we were talking about these, the Hasbro Mattel crossover. I know it's like super simplistic, but I would love to see some of the Galoob lines like this and Black Star be made in Origins if they actually did a legit like properties in crossover.
Oh, that would be so good.
Do you think it's even a possibility though?
I think Black Star is tricky because it's owned by Filmation, so like it sounds like, I mean, like obviously they did Coldar. It seems like there's the option to do Filmation Motu, and obviously Princess of Power to a degree. I think another reason we're not seeing a lot of Princess of Power yet is because of the way licensing works with Filmation. It's not as easy to sort of spread that out as opposed to like concentrating it in a year or two. I think Black Star would be harder because it is Filmation created it wholesale. It's not even like Motu and Princess of Power, where it's like you created these things at Mattel's behest for their property. Where it's like with Black Star, it would just straight up be a licensing thing, and I'm going to assume it's going to cost a little bit more to deal with Universal than it is with Wiley Easton over at OMAC Toys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Golden Girl, I'm not sure where Galoob rights are right now.
I think Hasbro has Galoob.
I think Hasbro technically, I don't want to say they do because I don't remember fully. If Hasbro owns them and there is, it might be a great way for them to finally give us a buck in Origins that's more generic for female figures. If they do redo Golden Girls, I do think they should lean more into either an Origin style buck or go full Marvel Legends scale, like so that it's compatible with other toy lines. I think on its own, if it's not in scale with another property, I don't think it has as much chance of like sort of succeeding over time.
Yeah.
But I would love, because I've got a bunch of busted golden girls that at some point the idea was to sort of customize in some way into either being in line, because as a kid I never got them because they didn't quite fit Princess of Power or He-Man. And as an adult I picked up a few of them, but they're so expensive. If you're wanting to get them in shape.
Yeah, mine are all beat up.
I've got Golden Girl, Ruby, and Onyx. Yeah, those are the three. Mint and box, but those cost way more than I normally spend for vintage toys.
The old heads fit, like, because they just pop off. They're on like a little peg. You can put them on the Origin.
Yeah, they do. So, there's that. It's just, they all had sort of those unique body sculpts. And although I do all right with sculpting, I'm not quite that good yet with sculpting armor where I feel super confident that I could do it. But I think a generic bot and just snap-on armor is sort of the way to go. I think that I know as a kid the Galoob figures, like, they weren't quite in scale. They also I can't remember why I didn't. I do know that with all the outfits, they felt way more like Barbie to me, and it's like I really was not. It's like Strawberry Shortcake. Like my fashion doll as a kid was. Do you remember Kenner's Darcy? And that was who I was. I like Gem. I like but I didn't like Barbie.
Oh yeah.
Barbie was just the worst.
My older sis loved Gem.
Yeah, Gem and like.
She had a bunch of Gem figures. I think, didn't you also have like the Gem stage?
I didn't have Gem figures. I had the 3 main Gem Barbies.
Oh, she had the main 3 Gem
They were
Barbies. Okay.
They just had dolls. They didn't, they didn't really have action figures, which I think, sort of was an oversight, because I think they could have gotten away with 2 or 3. I had Strawberry Shortcake. Like, I was more action oriented as a kid. Like, I wanted, and what I liked about when I got into like the Darcy doll line, it was the year she went disco, so it was like all of her dolls were about like go to the discotheque. And 78, 79, everyone was about the disco. I mean, I wasn't old enough to understand what the disco was, but I wanted to go.
It's making a comeback.
Yeah, I did. My uncle was, he was like 18 or 19, and he was very much into disco, and he took me to see Grease and Xanadu many, many times, and then ran off to New York to become an actor, and fell in with fabulous people and had a very nice but short life. And so much of what I love, like when I think back of my nostalgia, a lot of it is stolen from him. Like, I still think of him every time Rocky Horror comes on. I'm just like, yes. So, but yeah, he took me to see Star Wars. Of the 7 times I saw the original Star Wars, at least 5 of it was because of him. Because my mom did not. My mom was like she liked the Cantina, but and Chewbacca, but everything else was stupid. And then my grandmother was like, "Why are there Nazis in space?"
Because, after conquering most of Europe and then everybody in the world retaliating back, they fled to space. Most people call space Argentina, but
Right? Argentina. Yeah, it was just funny. My grandma's reaction to that.
So, Adam, welcome. We spoke, AWOC, and you have appeared as it should be.
It's like you say AWOC 7 times into a mirror, and there's Adam.
To be fair, I also said I'll be back for hour 4.
You did, and you were right.
It is 4. Yeah.
4 hours.
4 hours 9 minutes.
So it's good to have you.
Oh my goodness. There's been a lot of shit flying tonight.
While we were recording, I was kind of popping back on to see who was on and who, like, people were coming and going. I saw Aaron was on here. Chris was on here for a minute just before I jumped on too. I know there was a few others that I've missed, but
Oh yeah, Lawrence was
You may have to
here.
go back and rewatch it.
Yeah, I'll have to start at minute 1 and I'll catch myself up.
Some things have to be seen.
Be warned, there are a couple buttholes that did pop
Yeah,
in every now and then.
there's a butthole.
Bunch of assholes showed up throughout the night.
Yeah.
I saw
actually-
Queel was here.
Yeah.
Eldor.
Yes, absolutely. Ken stopped in for a cameo, so that was always good. And
Ken Poe?
Yeah,
I missed that. I saw him in the comments for a minute, but I didn't see him on.
He was out.
I'll be talking to him tomorrow, Oz, with you as well.
Absolutely. We'll be ganging up again tomorrow and chatting it up. That's going to be a fun topic. Somebody brought up some of that tonight, and I was just like, I'm gonna be talking about that tomorrow, so I'm gonna save something for then. I can't just spoil it all tonight.
Yeah.
But yeah, and Punk with Toys, Lawrence, he joined on as well. It was
I saw that. Yeah.
Always love it when we have that. But again, I opened myself up, and
you weren't the only one who opened themselves up.
Came back and bit you in the butt.
So.
Oh, so legitimately you had people on here that were being jerks?
Oh yeah, I've actually banned people from the channel now.
Oh wow, I might rewatch those 4 hours in that case.
You're gonna have to watch
it. It might have to be edited.
I'm gonna have to probably edit this video if I ever want to get monetized, or I just don't want this stream to be taken down. And with so many great people on tonight, I'm certainly not going to want to have this pulled. I wouldn't want Connor to watch this episode before I get a chance to edit.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
We'll just say nudity and certain racial slurs.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Oh, I really missed a lot.
Yeah, you missed.
Yeah.
It's magic.
I kind of want to move on from that, but just because you didn't know, that's kind of what happened.
Catching up. There's a reason for the replay before I get a chance to edit. So.
Yep.
Just drive the controversy a little bit, talk up the channel. Maybe I'll pick up another sub or two. I don't know.
I mean, you could be appealing to a whole new audience with that stuff.
I'm about to migrate from this hosting for my live streams to a whole nother site entirely. One with more monetization features, I guess.
Yeah, there's probably a paywall involved there, so.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. Yeah, see, it's got people scarred for life now. Pop actors never going to recover.
I find that hard to believe.
Oh, my sister was asking if anybody screenshot the 10 people. We'll get there. We've finally made full use of StreamYard's 10 people at a time streaming.
Oh yeah, that's the max. Yeah.
I mean, I've gotten up to 9 and never quite had that 10th, but tonight we finally hit the 10th. So I'm satisfied. I was able to do it. Surprisingly, my signal strength didn't crap out on me and just drop the whole thing.
So, oh no! Some of my paint scratched.
Oh no!
Oh,
I forgot to put sealant. I forgot to put some. If you can see it, there's a little red. I forgot to put some Mod Podge on it.
Oh no! Look, there it is, a blemish. Oh.
Yeah. I guess I'll have to take it apart and paint it again.
Just have to redo the whole thing.
Well, I was gonna dry brush the purple into them just to make them a little bit brighter. Anyhow, so perfect excuse to take the armor off. Because he's still a bit dark for my taste of what I was going for. But his head does look amazing. I even painted his teeth.
Yeah,
see if I can
looking
get
really
focus
good.
here. And then I put a little bit of dry brushing into his beard, so he has a little bit of similar white that Skeletor has.
Nice touch.
But other than that, he does look cool.
Put it up around his cheek parts too. That would be pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm thinking about doing some here too, because how he has the white streaks in his hair. I thought that'd be kind of a cool add-on. Because the actual battle Panther doesn't even have gold here, but I just thought it would look nice with his gold eyes, so I painted a little extra on him to make it like more mine than just what was done in the comic.
I dig it though. It looks really good. You've done an amazing job on that, and I will definitely. As a matter of fact, I'm going to go ahead and ask some other questions now. So, for painting the cat, did you take it apart fully, or
Nope.
like how are you getting
I
into
just
those joints and articulation?
All right. So thankfully, a lot of the articulation. Kind of move my camera back here, but so it was really hard to record this. Like I got halfway through it, I'm like, you know what, screw it. I'm just not going to record the rest of it. I'm not going to post a video on it. I'll just post pictures. But especially for the neck, it moves. There's enough spacing in there where I can paint this part, move the neck back, paint under here, move it back, and it doesn't scratch off the paint.
Nice.
Like the neck is even moving like left to right. None of the paint scratched. Same with the arm. Well, the arms here kind of move a little bit, but these ones were always kind of tight. But the back legs, I could tilt them down like this, and again, the paint doesn't scratch. So I just kind of moved all the stuff aside, and I could just paint it. The only hard part was like getting up in here, so I just took the brush and just kind of brushed it in and waited for it to dry, and then flipped it around and kept painting. But this cat really wasn't meant to do any kind of big posing anyhow. Like he can't even do his like vintage pose because the feet can't move.
Well,
which kind of sucks.
That's if you watch Hebro's channel, he shows you that. For a guy I've never actually worked with, I certainly talk up his channel a lot.
He does great stuff.
All the time. He does a lot of really good. I mean, like I've got a few of his feet. Like he made an orb and a stand for it about a year or two ago, that I bought just because, like, how could you not? And of course, at some point it should go in my Castle Grayskull, but right now it's on the desk display with Frogmonger and Evil Lyn.
And that's fine where it's at. It's good there. It'll just look better when you finally move it.
Yeah, once I get
So as I just tested, you can't move the tail because this joint is pretty tight. It scratched off all the paint off of there, so the tail won't be able to move up and down, but that's also fine. Like I don't care.
Well, you'll have.
I'm not really good at pose them.
Cover in that anyway.
Yeah. I'm just gonna go back and paint it, but I was just seeing if that like rubbed off, which it did. Oh, and then I also painted claws on them.
Oh, okay. I didn't notice that before. Hold on. No. Very nicely done. Now, did you paint his toe beans? Are they different colors or no?
No. But I will be, since I'm doing the lighter purple, I'm going to leave these the darker that there. I think I got to do a little bit fixing paint right there because it rubbed off a little bit.
Yeah.
But I will leave his toe beans. I'll actually maybe paint them black.
There you go.
And of course, the stripes all turned out nice.
They did.
And that was actually easy to paint. So the brush I use is this one here. So it's tipped, and then it gets wider as it goes down. So I load it up with paint, and then as I'm painting across the surface, I'll start off light, and then I'll press it down so it gets that fatter part in, and that's what makes the line get thicker up here. So I'm literally just drawing one line where I start off the tip and then press down and then bring it back up as I end. So I get that nice little point. So applying brush pressure will also like kind of widen, the surface you're like painting on. So you can create those nice little like stripes.
That is
that's amazing.
But for my dry brushing, I like it nice. This is an old brush, but it's just a flat brush here.
The question is, when are we going to start doing the flocking?
I'm actually, once I get Moss Man, I'm going to be doing some flocking. Because I need to flock that extra head.
And Star mentioned kind of like a calligraphy style, which, yeah, that is definitely how they do it. Oh, what? Wait, hold on here. We got the elephant?
It's a mammoth marauder from the old Imperial toys. It's like mine to He-Man.
That works really, really well.
Oh, wow.
Heck, even the back gun looks like Stridor's back gun.
Got a bunch of these like Imperial things. I love these toys. We had them like when we were kids, me and my cousins. Like that green one's like from my childhood. This is one I found more recently.
Right. I used to have a bunch of their dinosaurs.
Yeah, they have like weapons packs and stuff too. They had a sword on the disc, but
I didn't know they had weapons packs.
Yeah, they had like weapons, helmets, shields, all kinds of stuff. Guns, swords, maces.
That is really good. I dig it.
Sword. I got like way too much stuff on my desk right now. But this is like one of the swords.
Oh, okay.
And, they have like interesting designs to them.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay. But yeah, I've always kind of enjoyed that as well. Because again, like when I saw Bionatops, I didn't have Bionatops as a kid, but my He-Man rode my Definitely dinosaurs as well as the Imperial style ones. No articulation, but at the time, neither did my Battle Cat.
Yeah.
Might as well have just been a statue, so that didn't bother me at all. Now,
like Remco guys too.
Remco guys are always sweet.
It's actually a Spawn armor that's on him. But...
Very cool. Tell you what, that kind of reminds me of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
It actually reminds me of the character that Skelevator drew. Like, he needs to get this guy and customize that.
Right? I would love to see that. Skelly always has some great stuff going on. So, Adam, not to leak too much information, you and Brick were working on an AWOC video?
We were. If you've ever seen any of my videos before, you know that's what I talk about all the time. That's how Brick and I kind of connected. Actually, he did an AWOC video some months back, and we just started chatting, and it's always been our intention to do more AWOC content together. And it seemed like the time to get started. With Wave 2 out there in the world, Wave 2 about to be out there in the world. 3 comic books released, with another one probably pretty soon, and then future waves coming pretty quick. We're gonna start seeing more stuff, after Wave 2 pretty quick here too. So we wanted to just get something going, because if you don't start, you just get further and further behind. So what we were working on tonight, which should be coming out pretty soon, was basically a AWOC lore video, issue 1. We're basically going to go issue by issue and do pre-recorded episodes. Should be about an hour per episode. But then we're also going to alternate between sort of pre-recorded and like live AWOC discussion as well, because the pre-recorded stuff is going to be a little bit more topical, a little bit more on point, as far as we're going to hit touching points. We consciously made the decision not to just like read the book because we want people to read it, right? So we're just giving people some of the touching points, the plot points, and then you can fill it in. If you like the touching points, you'll want to read the comic book, or at least that's our hope. But we didn't do too much in terms of speculation or in terms of like, well, what about this? Like, this isn't in the book, but what do we think? Like, so we'll save that for the discussion videos. But yeah, it's maybe that means that some of my other videos will have less AWOC discussion because I can vent in these videos.
You have the outlet now.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, it should be good. It's fun. I love the lore. I love the story. Like you guys were kind of talking about, like the world building that Jason's doing is like, in my opinion, it's the best. It's the best world building as far as like a toy property IP currently.
Yeah.
As a comic book reader, to me, it's a good comic book. Full stop. Like, if I got the comic book first, I'd be like, man, I wish they made toys of these because it's super toyetic and the I have connection to the characters, so I want the action figures. Just so happens the action figures kind of came out first, and then the comic book was also available, which is a bonus.
That's what I love about it, because he's taking the time to build on that lore. It's really like all these toy lines that we talk about that have been around since the 80s. One of the main reasons that they have managed to do that is having this world building presence with other media. And when all these new toy lines come out, they just don't really have as much of that, which is why it's harder to get people involved. So I'm really glad that he's using that approach to it. It's going to pay off big. And then he's going to start getting the support from all of us here on YouTube talking about it, which, no, it's not a 30-minute toy commercial on TV. Instead, now it's a 4-hour-long live stream because we just won't have run out of things to say about it yet.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody watches TV anyway. You want to be on, you need to be in someone's algorithm now. So
yeah.
So
hey, I'm just saying, I must be hitting them algorithms. I was popping up with some stuff tonight. Woo!
It was popping all right.
It was plopping all right.
I was gonna say popping and squatting.
So I'm super
It
excited.
was a real shit show. Sorry.
Yeah, well, yeah. Hey there, Vince. But no, I think I'm looking really forward to that because I just, I was looking at these when I first signed up for Instagram, and I was like, ooh, Spiro Toys. Okay, what's going on with these things? These look great. And then I came across your streams. You're talking about them, and I'm like, I'm more involved. And especially when you started talking about the comic, I was like, well, he did that right there. He said it was $2. I'm sold. Boom.
Did we get this
$1.
again?
And you know what? That's phenomenal. Like, I'm excited to see this and get more into it with, again, more guys that I know are just as passionate about those as I am about some of these other lines. And, that's a great thing about it. Just the passion behind the product. There's a little something out there for everybody right now. We're all finding our own little, this is the line that I think I'm going to be all about. And this is the line I'm going to be all about, And then we could have these fun discussions with each other. And it's not the, well, why is my line better than yours? It's the, well, you know what? That's really cool. You saw these, and pretty soon we're going to be trading and everything else. And it's going to be like total schoolyard fun. At least that's how I imagine it.
Yeah.
I can't
yeah,
wait.
No, absolutely. And I mean, that's, I look at some of the other lines that come out that I'm just not that interested in, but I mean, the passion that I have for Animal Warriors of the Kingdom, there's people that have that passion for everything, right? So it's, it's just cool to see that, so many of us, always dreamed of having toy lines, and some of us are bold enough and clever enough to actually do it. It's good for them. Even if it's a property that I don't love, I love that I'm thinking of sort of all the toy lines that are coming out, whether they're Kickstarters or new lines or whatever. All these people were very similar to us as kids, right? And they're just bringing to life what they always wanted, and it's just really, really cool.
Well, it's very similar in a lot of ways to how, even if they're not doing their own things,
Yes.
fans are working in the industry too.
Yeah.
Earlier today, yesterday, along with Snake Mountain, we got the announcement of the art book for Origins and Masterverse, which you guys can pre-order on Amazon. The link is out there. But one of the cool things I saw was, I forget, it may have been Fetch, but he basically tagged Nate Barch and actually it might have been Nate that mentioned it, but he tagged Axel, he tagged
God, if
Fetch,
this one was at Gen Con,
Roy
you would have just
Juarez,
heard the whole
and
crowd sobbing.
all these guys. And he goes, it's great to see all of us that were just chatting years ago in the He-Man forums, the He-Man.org forums and stuff like that about this stuff. Now we're the ones doing the artwork. And we've all talked about on here, like, that original artwork for He-Man has just inspired so much. And now here these guys are, they're like, this is a whole book of our collected works, when just a few years ago we were looking at everybody else's collected works in a book. So it's cool to see, not only are people able to work in the industry, work with the properties that they love so much, we've got things on the outside going on where people are like, you know what? I want to make these. And they have the accessibility and the resources to set it up to be able to bring that to life. Kickstarter's changed the game for a lot of people. 3D printing has changed the game for a lot of people too. I mean, you've got not just customizers, but people are out there building toy lines off of 3D printed stuff. They got to use that flex resin, otherwise the things will break. But I mean, it's really, really great time to be into toys.
Also an expensive time.
Yes.
Yeah, it's also it's the best of times, it's the worst of times, right? It's like you can't. There's too much good stuff. You cannot possibly have it all.
I'm actually a little worried that when I get the AWOC in hand finally, I'm gonna be like, fuck, I need to get these other guys too now. Because I didn't order like the full thing.
I can assure you that will be the case.
Yeah, I have a feeling.
I already know that's the case, not because I've held one, but I'm watching Brick and Adam have too much fun with theirs. I mean, I was already sold on the designs and the concept.
You know what? I'll tell you this. My desk is full of stuff. I just got junk everywhere. But the only toys that are on my desk right now are my 2 AWOC figures that I have.
Nice.
And I don't think they're going to leave my desk for a while. So.
That's
yep,
cool.
I've got my desk toys. Got my Mythic Legions here with my Andre cape. Because totally bought that toy specifically for the soft goods. I mean,
my desk is like mostly toys.
Oh wait. Do we have another? Oh well, isn't that interesting? Just another.
Huh?
Well, we'll see how this goes. We have somebody else requesting to join the stream.
Enter. All right, let me make some noise just in case there's words that pop up. Also,
Yeah,
there it is. Woo!
Gotta love it. Thanks for stopping by.
Oh my goodness.
How did he get my photo?
And you got to be careful with that cloud.
Yeah.
Well, again, it's the expected behavior. Tried to give it a chance. Figured it's been quiet for a while. But, hey, now Adam can say he was part of the fun, too. Why not?
place.
Maybe next time don't put open mic in the description.
Yeah, because I'm
Right.
wondering if maybe that could be the if somebody were to just search open, they'd find it.
Yeah.
That could be it.
Maybe do community member night.
There we go. Totally do that. Something along those lines. So Star's mentioning that they write screenplays, and nothing would please me more than to see my baby of a sci-fi epic made into action figs. So,
Do it.
Star, yeah, exactly this. I've said it before, and I'm going to keep saying it because it's like one of my biggest mantras now. Blake Wright from Toy Collector, the magazine. I asked him, why go print in this world of digital? And he said because he wanted it. If you want something and it doesn't exist, make it. That's what he did. And because of that, we have printed issues of toy magazines for at least a year. And I'm hoping more and more people are supporting buying this print magazine for toys when you can. Go for it. Yeah.
Well, and he's just got it into Barnes and Noble, right?
Yeah, it's gotten bigger, So, I mean, comic shops are, able to buy it and stock it. So if you have a local comic shop, you can do that.
Oh, is that right? Is Diamond distributing it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, now I can get it because it was like ridiculous for me to get it in Canada.
Well, yeah, don't do the back. Well, I mean, you're kind of still screwed on back issues unless somebody. He had mentioned that Big Bad Toy Store is going to be carrying all the back issues, but should be able to talk to your local comic book shop, see if they'll carry it in.
Yeah, I mean, I don't need the back issues. I'd be happy just getting stuff going forward, but we'll see.
Yeah. So in any case, though, definitely get some Toy Collector and support Blake because he took this project on all by himself, and he went to meetings, managed to pitch it to these companies, and they were like, okay. So, Star, if you want action figures of your sci-fi epic, there are people out there in the community. They can help and, work with them. So
lots of great sculptors out there that are looking, to do more stuff, and artists, and
that's right. I think that's one of the best parts about this community is just how many creative people there are in it. You've got people who are musicians who are all in on this stuff and have creative talents in other aspects. I've met so many amazing artists within the community since, coming into it. And, it's such a creative playground to do it. See, look, Master Bristle's saying, indeed, he's always looking for the next big sculpting project. Eldor has had quite a bit of. I love when he shows off like the different things that he's been sculpting, especially when he's making his, figures and stuff that he's doing, or he's been posting over the last several days on IG. He's been getting back into the cosplay, making some more Predator parts for that. Building some good stuff for our Yautja friend that joined us when I had my Aliens versus Predator Kenner stream. So you never know who's going to show up here on Ostradamus Toys Live.
What?
Yeah.
Literally.
Yeah. No. We went from beyond just people randomly showing up to random parts of anatomy.
Yep.
Spoilers, that was actually me.
I think Bud needs to run with that from now on.
Yep. That was me. I admit it.
girthy and veiny all the way. What do you got there for us, John? You holding up a little something to show off? A little bit more show and tell? John's always got
I've
another
showed them off
box.
before, but I'm getting.
Very nice, John. Go ahead. Keep talking about Savage World.
Oh, I want that Savage Funko Batcave.
Did you get all of them now?
He loves to do something else, but that's
I
you do.
have every single one, and by far, this is probably my favorite.
The Mike Myers. Nice.
Yes.
I do appreciate that.
I am after I unbox these, I'm gonna be adding the Mo2, but I'm going to do like try and have it for Halloween, where I'm gonna build like this giant. I'm working on it right now. Just using fire. Make a diorama of like the farmhouse for Freddy Krueger's boiler room and like a Mo2 type thing. So now, let's which one's.
I'm down for all of that. All right, guys. Well, we've been going for almost 5 hours at this point. But I'm thinking we might decide to just kind of wrap it up here. So, where do we want to start this off? Let's start with Allison. Tell us what you got going on coming up on your channel and your socials.
I will be, with any luck, I'll be launching my channel at mid to late May. And I'm going to go live with vintage Evelyn retrospect and some Evelyn custom stuff and some Evelyn coloring pages. So it's going to be Evelyn. And then we'll just, if things go right, a little bit of Return of the Jedi Leia stuff. And then we'll move into Princess of Power. So with appropriate customs and coloring pages ready to match everything. So, and it's, yeah, the channel's not live yet, but it will be Allison Troy, Retro Toy Princess. So we're going to be talking about, well, just all of sort of vintage retro toy lines with the focus on sort of the female figures. And of course, I'm going to do Fusera T customs at some point, because right now, wouldn't I? But yeah, so that's what I've got coming up.
Very, very cool. Let's jump down to you, John. Tell us what's going on Figuratively Speaking.
Well, I'm working on something right now, and I haven't decided which I'm going to do yet. It'll definitely be worked out probably by Tuesday, and I'll post it. It's kind of described until I actually make my the thumbnail for it, and it should be a lot of fun. But it'll definitely be coming this Friday.
Excellent. That'll be great. Can't wait for that. Now, we did manage to hold the stream out long enough till we've hit Henri's birthday. So, from Ostradamus Toys Live and all the amazing legends here on the channel with me tonight, and happy birthday.
Welcome to 40.
You've broken into a whole new decade. All right, and My Buddy's Customs, let's move over to you.
Yo. So I have 3 figure videos in the pipeline. One of them being where'd he go? Oh, he's back here. The video for my Skeletor, my Snake Armor He-Man, and Snake Armor Skeletor. And besides that, just painting stuff and floating around the group chats and trying to make Bobby go insane.
Oh,
You
I'm
are
happy to
doing
help with that.
Mm-hmm.
You do such a wonderful job, and I cannot wait
I
until
try.
you and Bobby start posting content together and finally just,
We really should.
you know, right. We got to release the tension that's in the air. You two just need to do stuff together. I'm going to leave that as ambiguous as that sounds, 'cause that's the best way to do it.
Yep. Let everyone run their own head canon with it.
That's right.
Because head canon is the best.
And Thanos, what do we have coming up next from you on IG?
I don't know. I got a couple days off. So I'll probably bring a bunch of toys down and take a bunch of pictures. I just hit 900 followers, so that's kind of cool. Yeah, I never know what I'm doing until my day's off, and I just kind of look at my shelves and be like, "Oh, these guys need to come down. Let's do something."
You know, I want to give you a big shout out for that too. Maybe because I don't hit the algorithm enough, or the only thing I ever post on my IG is really just the thumbnails for my live stream and say, "Come watch me on YouTube." But
Cat would like this.
again, like getting you to finally go with the IG as the platform to post your pictures and stuff like that, man.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Oz.
Dude, like I'm so glad that it's grown this big, and I'm honored that you continue to show up each week and hang out with us here. Whether it's live streaming or just joining us in the chat, man. It's really incredible. Thank you for becoming such a larger part of the community.
Yeah, your stuff
Yeah,
is
man.
Thank you guys. I appreciate that. I got a lot to learn, honestly. I could do better, but I'm having fun and trying to get better. So
That's what it's all about. Just have fun with it.
Let's collaborate once they get rolling. Like,
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'd like to.
I was gonna say, I also know quite a few really amazing toy photographers in the community that I chat with on almost a daily basis.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
One of the things I really need to do is clean up my pictures. Not sure what's going on
Are
in the
you
background
streaming
there.
stuff?
So when I have something and it's flying, you see the stand. Like I don't go in and take the time to get rid of it. I don't add any special effects. And lighting, I'm still kind of tripping my way through and buying new lights, seeing what works and stuff.
Honestly, it must be so fun being married to him. He's crazy.
Adam, I saved you for last because you and I, we've got a joint project coming up tomorrow with Ken. But what else is coming? And we've already, of course, had you talk about your project with Brick tonight. But what else do we got coming out from you this week?
Yeah, tomorrow morning, TKO with Ken over on Toy Connections. I've got my regular Sunday video at 2 p.m. Pacific, talking about toy prices and how that's kind of changed my buying patterns over the last year or two. I've still got the retro carded Snake Eyes that I got to do an unboxing video of, so I might do that sometime next week. And then, like I said, that AWOC video that Brick and I just did is going to come out. We're going to do that one. We're using that as a little bit of an experiment. We're going to try to actually load it on both channels, and then when we do the discussions, it's going to be like a simulcast on both of our channels. Really, just to compete against each other to see who gets more views for the exact same content, so that we can finally say which of us is a better human than the other. Because it's really about competition and being better than other people.
That's exactly what this community is all about, right?
No, honestly, what happened was we couldn't decide whose channel to put it on, so we're just putting it on both of our channels.
It gets tough, and if you're gonna do the simul stream or dual casting, it will split the chat. Like if you guys use StreamYard, you'll see it as one combined chat.
Yeah.
But some people are going to be in his, and some people are going to be in yours, and I'm gonna be that Ozhole that jumps between both, just to kind of infuriate you, especially
It'll
since
be
it's such
fine.
a
I don't
heated
care. We'll see.
competition.
The thing is, we'll see it all on the StreamYard, so it won't really make that much difference. But
So, since we got people here, who are we? Team Adam or Team Brick?
Oh, see, you're just Brick
look,
isn't even here to fight for himself.
That's unfair
No.
because I'm here, and I feel like you guys will be a little polite, and I'll probably get votes, sympathy votes. But I genuinely don't care. It's not.
Team Brick. No, just
Team Brick.
Yeah. I'm not quite. No. Sorry.
Brick's definitely the more likable of the two of us, so I can understand why people would go Brick.
No.
I've already said what I'm
It's
going
the
to do.
hair and the glasses.
Between both, so.
Why do you have to choose?
Yeah.
Why can't it be both?
This is why I have two separate screens.
There you go.
Oh,
I can watch both.
Yeah, no, I can do it through this one and through my. Yeah, no, I've got
Do it that way?
multiple Puppet accounts, so yeah,
And if
I'll figure it out.
say, if you have more than one account, then it gets the different unique views, different unique likes, plus an extra subscriber. So.
Yep. No, I don't have to choose. We're good. You're both wonderful.
Yeah, you are.
I agree.
You're both
100%.
equally enabling. Sorry, I had to say it for Aaron since he's not here.
So true. Aaron blames all of us for it, though. There's
he's not wrong.
No, not at all. There's definitely, all of us are at fault for each other. Because we don't tell each other not to. We're just like, I'm not going to tell you no.
I wouldn't dare.
I've never said don't buy that. You don't need it. I always say like, well, do you want it? Get it.
What I get though, this is the funny one, is when people will pick something up and they'll be like, you have this, and I'll be like, no, I didn't buy that. And they're like, well, you told me to buy it. And I'm like, well, I told you it was a cool toy, and if you wanted it, then yeah, you should buy it. But I'm like, no, I can't afford that, or like it doesn't fit my collection or whatever. Like,
yeah,
I really only buy a few lines if I'm being perfectly honest. So that's there's lots of cool stuff that I don't buy.
There is a ton of cool stuff that I live
Mhm.
vicariously through others for. But yeah, I mean, I encourage everybody, when you collect, buy what makes you happy. So if buying that's going to make you happy, it's going to make you smile and forget about the crap we all have to go through on a day-to-day in adulting, then do it. Be that kidult and enjoy yourself. Because nobody's going to do it.
Within your budget.
Within your budget. Definitely.
Wait,
that's a big part.
We're supposed to have a budget?
Well,
okay, so we're going to be
makes it
doing a
easier to
joint
enjoy
live
toys.
stream next week.
You're gonna have a house for them.
Next Saturday, we're going to talk about being slightly more responsible and maybe working on a budget. But I'm not going to make promises. We like to show dicks and ass on here, apparently. So.
Well, I only got through 1.5 boxes, so I definitely can't illustrate what happens when you don't do that.
Right? We'll use Allison as the example of.
These are just the mini comics from what I did open tonight, and I only got a box and a half open. So
I have one of my boxes from Mattel Creation that I store all my card backs and comics in, and that thing is heavy. It is almost full.
yeah, mine is pretty. I mean, that's just tonight. Like over there is a whole stack of card backs. That book though might allow me to feel free to get rid of some of it. So
yeah.
Thank you, Art.
All of my spare mini comics. This next Halloween, I'm gonna hand them out to kids
Oh, that's a good
that's a
idea.
good
I
idea.
should do that.
with their parents. Saying that I can, of course.
But I don't want kids coming to my door.
We have no sidewalks or street lights where I'm at, so I never get kids. But I always buy like king size candy bars just in case. Never get anybody.
Right?
I bought toothpaste and those little sets last Halloween. So for the 3 kids who did dare come to our door, they would never come back.
Pennies, apples, travel toothpaste, All the other
Raisins.
raisins, that's another good one. Especially if you
Raisinets.
pass them out open, like you don't have the little boxes. You actually have like, an open pack of raisins, and you're dropping them in. Their parents won't bring them back.
Good point. Or give them little noisy toys.
Yes, there you go. Annoying noise
Hand
makers.
out carameled apples, but they're actually carameled onions.
Ooh, I like that idea. I might have to try that.
Mhm. I would too.
So Pop Actor mentioned that he actually listened to me when I said I was passing on He Skeletor, and later he bought one. Again, I actually did not buy mine because I wasn't able to. However, other people made the dream come true for me, and I've
Same.
got another one of my beautiful, beautiful He-Man variants, and I'm proud of it and happy.
I love them. I mean, I'm painting this whole cat just for him.
You can also do the razor blade thing. That you can definitely do. Police will be called and show up. So just do with
there's
that
the
what you
razor
will.
blade thing, but that's so 1982.
Well,
And no.
I think we have a couple old Razor phones. Maybe I can drop those in.
Slip those into some apples. Slip some razor phones into apples. Like iPhones. That's what I mean.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, folks. Well, it has been a really fun, amazing night here with everybody.